welcome back everyone, welcome back to another weekend edition here of the WardiTV Monday. WardiTV Monday number 41. I'm of course just VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our second broadcast of the day. I guess our first one of the night. It's been an intense weekend, baby. Yeah. It's been an intense weekend of StarCraft. There's been a lot going on. The days are blending together, baby. Oh my god, especially with the weekend, with the EWC qualifiers. But now we're here. Now we are back and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have the Italian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Ducklings. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. So like in the chat as jump into our PvP. Exclamation mark B in the chat as well. If you guys want to have a look back yourselves, the bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is progressing, and there is a lot to indulge in when it comes to the bracket itself. We'll get there. We will get there after, of course, our first match of the night. After our first best of 3. Whew, oh my god. But yes, hope you've all been having a great day and hope you had a great weekend as well. I spent the entire morning sleeping, I'll be honest. I was all the veg, all the sleep. Aye. As much as we could. But yes, the week will go on, of course. We're going to be starting things off here Monday with the WardiTV Monday. Tomorrow we're going to be live with some show matches. Tomorrow we're going to be live with, I believe, some StarCraft Evolution League as well. Catching up on other show matches. Catching up on some DreamHack Dallas replays as well. True. We do have our hands on some DreamHack Dallas replays as well. And then we're going to be catching up on pre-Home Story Cup. And then there's Home Story Cup as well. True. That's aye. It's going to be a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Until then, though, do get open out of skills. Likewise, do get open out of Ducklings as well. So far, so good. We have Double Stalker. Meanwhile, we have Sentry Expand. We do see Ducklings. He does basically skip his second unit. He skips his second unit here in favor of just one Sentry with that extra money. Bam! Expansion. So faster expansion here, better economy for Ducklings. It's going to be up to Skillus to try to punish. And there it is. Stargate. Stargate opener out of Skillus. With this, he opens up Double Stalker. He can move out across the map and he can harass with an Oracle as well. So on the one hand, yes, Skillus, he will have a later Nexus, but to make up for that, he will be killing some probes who will deal some economic damage. At least that's the hope. Is going to be the hope here for Skillus. From here, Pylon is going to be shut down. Probe to begin. Oh, I will have to get rid of the tuna. This is not the tuna. Not today. Not this time. We'll get on that. As Ducklings opening up Stargate himself. Okay, so Nexus into Stargate, meanwhile Stargate into Nexus. So we have similar builds here from our two players. Of course, the Oracle from Skillus will get across the map first. Checking the vision here. Oh, actually setting up a proxy as well. So Skillus is doubling down on that aggression. Ducklings hasn't seen much, but did get eyes on the Stargate. Okay, so Ducklings, he's aware. He's aware what's going on. Hallucination being sent across the map. The first War Prism, the first Shiwari is going to be under fire. Is under threat. And does force a cancel, not bad. Does force a cancel. Oh, Stalker's gonna be forced back, so we're taking a lot of hits as well. One Stalker goes down, two Stalkers. Sentry comes out, but a little bit too late, and Skillus is busting his way through. This is getting out of hand real fast and real quick, and the Oracle is still coming out across the map. Remember, the Oracle, actually the Phoenix is gonna be delayed here for Ducklings. Lost 2 units already. We have 2 Stalkers on the way. We have a force field to make use of, but the Oracle does have it. No, goes to the Sentry. Yeah, Sentry goes down, trading with the Stalker. Oh, a little bit indecisive there, has to back the hell off. And Ducklings is holding. Ducklings will shut down the Oracle as well. Not bad, the Oracle does not pay for itself. It got a Sentry, but that's all he got. And Ducklings is holding. It was a chaotic hold, a chaotic defense, but does hold nonetheless. Skillus pulls away, does have a second Oracle behind this going into Phoenix production. Phoenix is on the way. Skillus is yet to commit. Oh. So Building up to 4 Stalkers. The Phoenix sounds still heavily in favor here, but let's see, we'll take down the Phoenix, not bad. With that, he can lift, and he can take this fight. Okay. Yeah, lifting up all the Stalkers. We have more reinforcements on the way. Oh, it's going to be close. Phoenixes, they're trading. They do trade one with the other. Warpins are just in time, and I believe Leatherlegs should still be able to hold on behind this. No shield battery. Oh yeah, no shield battery. Oracle comes from behind. 13 probes going to be going down. Brutal damage by the Oracle. More boys being pulled, and Skills, he's overwhelming. He's just overwhelming the army here. Takes down 13 probes, takes down 2 more Stalkers. 1 Stalker left. Ay, ay, ay. 1 Stalker remaining. And Skill is still just warping in. He's just not stopping. He's just not stopping. He's not slowing down. Behind this, just 2 gateways. Only 2 gateways, but just keeping the pressure up. Keeping the pressure on. Leatherlegs just now throwing down the shield battery, but it's heavily delayed. It was meant to be thrown down earlier, but I mean, it fell by the wayside. And with that, Skillus just building up some reinforcements, waiting for another Phoenix. 2nd Stargate's on the way, going to Mass Phoenix. I'm sure why not. Does lift. Speaking of, we do try to target down the shield battery. Shield battery does fall. Takes down the shield battery, but so far is going to be able to hold on once again, force up all the boys. 8 more probes going down. Once again, the Oracle just goes ham in the main. He just goes ham. 13, 13, 14, 17 probe kills. GG gets called as Leatherlegs is torn apart, and Skillus will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Skillus does take a lead in the series. Again, Leatherlegs, he was holding his own for a time there, but alas was torn apart, was unable to defend both his natural and his main base. We saw that initially, remember, there was a shield battery on the way to the natural. It got cancelled and never got rebuilt, and that kind of led into the natural base being less defensive or less defendable. We saw that Skillus was able to break through. Likewise, despite knowing that there was an Oracle, no shield battery in the main base. We saw that Leatherlegs was maybe a little bit too confident or overconfident, was relying on his Phoenixes to gain map control. Despite the Phoenixes, the Oracle still got in twice and still just obliterated that mineral line. GG. GG, well played. But that will claim game number 1. Now we're getting to game number 2. And after this, I'll try to remember to get rid of the tuna. Hold on. I'll do that here. Okay. We're good. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Putting into game number 2. And this morning in the top left-hand corner here of Incorporeal, we have the Italian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Leatherlegs. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Leading the series 1-0. Again, a very intense game 1 is what I will say. Very intense. Now we can calm things down and get into game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. Getting into that second game, and again, it wasn't anything too crazy, anything too cheesy here out of Skillus. He just opened up standard, but he saw an opportunity. He was a little bit more aggressive with it. Again, he only had 2 gateways to begin with as well, but alas, yeah, did overwhelm. And with that, we'll see how Leatherlegs does respond. Once again, 2 gate openers all around. Once again, there's no crazy fast second pylon, not yet. Probes are moving out across the map as we speak, and they will come across each other. Skillus does see the probe. Ooh, hides his does hide his worker here from Leatherlegs. Quick moves out of Skillus. Let's go. Ooh, and with that is going for the pylon. Okay. I mean, what? Okay, so a couple of things here. The second pylon is being hidden, but what is smart about this location is that Ledlix, remember, he was just there. Like, if you look at the vision of Ledlix, he was just here in this main attack path. So chances are he's not going to rescout this location. He's going to be scouting around the edge of the map instead, looking for the second pylon, whereas really the proxy is dead set in the center of the map instead. And there it is, proxy robo, one base all in. Let's go. He's going for the one base all in. Probe does move out. Does move to the main. We can see Ledlix is scouting. Is shaking here the proxy location, shaking on the left hand side of the map. We run two probes out on the map. We have Stalkers shaking on the right hand side as well. And we'll see if Ledlix can find this. As you can see, yeah, he's checking towards the edges here. Not checking in the center. I mean, why would he? He was just there. Ah. It was just there. Mortal production has begun. Skills getting ready for the one base all in. Likewise, does fan of the Stalkers. It is going to be a robo opener at Ledlix. So even though with Ledlix he hasn't seen the all-in, he hasn't seen the proxy, he's getting ready defensively, right? He's getting ready for the all-in. Likewise, so we do have the Nexus on the way. Nexus is on the way here at the natural. Skills poking in. With that, we'll reinforce. Extra Stalkers, Immortal as well. There's a cancellation. Ledlix stuck on one base. He's stuck on the one base. Skill is waiting for his own War Prism before he can push in. Does want to get caught by a sentry. Again, the scary thing here is that if Skills does move up the ramp, he can be force fielded and just locked in and then lose everything. So he has to wait for that Prism. If a force field gets thrown down, he can always juggle back. He can save his units. He can save his army. Going for the warp in. And the pylon. Here, once again, does trade. No major losses though. Both players do save their units. Gateway's under fire. Doesn't quite get it. And so far, Ledlix is holding well. Ooh, supply block though. Oh no. Brutal supply block. Pilot is on the way. He can't make anything else. Gateway goes down. And Skills can just try to juggle up the ramp instead. Pulls away. Ledlix buying some time. Down to one gateway, one robo. Second Immortal is late, is delayed. Going through the gateway. We'll bring it down. That means 0 gateways left here for Ledlix. At the same time, he is across the map though. Okay, does have the pylon. Does warp it across. Ideally trying to force a recall. And Skills, what do we go for? What's the plan? And falling back, brutal supply block. Skills kind of warp in. Instead he commits. Okay, it does commit off the ramp. I mean, Skills does have the greater army. Has a massive army to work with. Back at home, barely holding on. Again, one Stalker with a sliver of HP. Oh no! Gateway's depowered. We're getting messy. Once again, Ledlix buying time. That one hero sentry. Do we commit? Ooh, Stalker goes down. Prism as well. Yeah, Prism taking a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Prism does fall. Aye. And with that, Ledlix is popping off. He was. The last gateways that get repowered. Meanwhile, 14 probes go down. 14 probes go down. Did he pull the boys? Yeah, Skillsy breaks through. If Skillsy does break through, looks like the boys were pulled. And Skillus, he will take the 2-0. He will still overwhelm, and Skillus will take the series and advance on to the round 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Skillous. He does claim the series, does advance on. A shout out to Ledlix though, again, as he was able to hold his own. Just unfortunate that he was not able to quite set up here. A brutal supply block as well, right? The supply block was brutal. It meant less warp ins, meant delayed second immortal as well. So he had a very limited amount of units that he could work with. He was getting damage done across the map, and he was causing some chaos, don't get me wrong, which was great to see, but still was barely not enough. GG. GG, well played with that. Skills. He will claim the series, and we're going to be following Skills into the next round, into his next matchup. Let's find out together who that's going to be. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the matchups yourselves. Here we go. We do have our bracket. Oh my god, it's big, it's huge, and there's a lot to catch up on. Here we go from the top. Clem. Clem is waiting for the winner of Geralt and Cyan, waiting in the next round for his Protoss opponent. Meanwhile, that is Lancer, of course. Lancer versus Geralt. Meanwhile, we have Showtime. Showtime versus Liquid Serral. Liquid Serral is an amateur player that is not Serral. Just bear that in mind. Serral's not on Liquid, so that should be a tell. But Showtime is going to be favored there to potentially go up against Cure in the next round. Cure takes down Ragnar 2-0. ByuN takes down ByuN 2-0 as well, waiting for the winner of Goblin and Rebellion. Meanwhile, we have MaxPax up against Davlotos. When it goes up against the winner of Astrea and a Ghost User. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we do have the lower half of the bracket. We have our next series. We do have Rogue. Rogue, he gets a walkover over at Teshi, and we have Skillous over Ledlix, and we have our next series, Skillous versus Rogue in the next round. And this is the reason why we jumped on Skillous' match, to follow him into Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Is our upcoming match. Scrolling down, we do have Percival. Percival takes down Lunacy 2-0 up against Mana in the next round. We have Classic. He does take down Erebus Black 2-0. Classic waiting for the winner of let's find out. Waiting for the winner of Creator and Matt as well. So the round of 32 is progressing. It's around halfway done at this point. But again, we're going to be following Skillous into Rogue, and most likely into the upper portion, or into the next round, into the winner of Solar, Hearthstone, and Young Yakov. That is the plan. That is the plan. That is what we plan to head into. So we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. Oh, just catching up. Who is it? Serral? Just an amateur player, just a fan. Like, it's just his ID. His ID. Just a fan of Serral. But yes, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We will have Rogue and Skillous. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the round 16. The round 16, the second round here of this week's Open Tournament. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss. It is Skillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. And this is going to be an interesting one. Now, Rogue, if you've been watching him as of late, you would know that he cheesed the hell out of Hero during GSL Season 2 during the semifinals. Rogue versus Hero was a very short best of 5, and Rogue just went for all in after all in after all in, and he was able to overwhelm Hero and punish Hero for some lack of scouting. And that's what it came down to for the most part here. Just Hero had a really hard time scouting and recognizing what was going on and realizing how much danger he was in against Rogue. Now, not saying that that's all that Rogue can do, not at all. I do give Rogue a lot of mid-game prowess when it comes to getting into Hydra Lurker tech. He's quite fond of it, quite fond of getting into that kind of gameplay, getting into Night Displays play with Hydra Lurker as well, but clearly showed us that he's more than willing to just be hyper aggressive and hyper all in. So that's what really I'm going to be looking out for here in this series, is Rogue cutting corners, cutting workers, and committing across the map. From the side of Skillus, I'm sure he was watching. I'm sure he was watching. I'm sure he is aware of how Skillus performed against Hero. From here, just going for a gate expand, get expanded to Cybercore, standard opener out of Skillus, and we'll see where he takes us. Go. As from here, we are just going to be settling in. Beautiful. Oh, good. Let's remember we're just going to be settling in, and we'll just get into our standard openers. Hatch gets pulled into a third base, so nothing too crazy here out of Rogue. Likewise, Skill screen for his own Stargate opener as well. So nothing crazy, nothing wild, nothing yet. Nothing yet here from our two players. Skill's going to be breaking in. Adepts threatening a shade. From here again, two Adepts taking one-shot drones. They can threaten the workers. We do see Rogue is just keeping up, and we shouldn't be seeing Skills. Oh, I was gonna say we shouldn't see him commit. Does dive into the main base, trades against Zerglings, shouldn't get any drone kills, and Rogue will shut this down. At least he does kick in towards the end. Adept attempts to escape, but again should be chased down by the Zerglings. Oracle is on the way, and Skillus does at least trade against Zerglings at least, but the downside here is with losing these two Adepts, it does mean that the third base is exposed. This third base typically is defended by two Adepts. This time, there are no Adepts to defend, so Lings, they counterattack immediately. Oracle does hit the third, so it does hit the natural. It's going to be turned away, gets one drone kill, only one, and here come the Zerglings. Now, thankfully, second Oracle arrives just in time. And just enough to defend. So clean setup here from Skillus. Meanwhile, he replaced the first two Adepts. He's in position, and that is an early Twilight Council. Okay, let's go. Early Twilight Council. This screams Glaive Adepts. Now, it could be a bit of a weird build where we go into earlier Blink, but nah, this should be Glaives here out of Skillus. Gateway Explosion as well, getting up to 4 gates already. No Forge, no upgrades. The Adepts are coming. And Rogue back at home so far. Eva Chamber, no Roach Horn. If we reach the 5-minute mark without a Roach Horn, then I do favor Skillus coming into this, as Rogue is cutting corners. Also, Nail on the way. Oh, once again, the Devs, they do commit to the shade here. They get one, they get two, they get 3 drones. They get some economic damage here, not bad. Couple of workers do go down. Oh, meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be Glaives. No, it's going to be early Blink instead. Interesting. So 4-gate Blink here out of Skillus. Now he can turn this into a 3-base all-in. HK 3-base all-ins with Blink is something that we haven't seen in a couple of months. I'll be honest, it's been a while. Ooh, nice round. Nice round of Stalkers. Now, of course, Rogue is aware that Stalkers are being produced. There are no Adepts. So Rogue can commit with Zerglings. He does get a safety Roach Horn. Drew does get the Roach Horn, but ideally should be skipping any kind of Roach production. Just relying on Zerglings and Hydras. Things they try to catch up with some of the Stalkers. They will get us around. They get one. They almost get 2. Just have to respect those oracles. And again, you can see because Blink is being researched so quickly, Skills is pushing. Skills is moving out. Meanwhile, Rogue going for a German taxi. Overlord speed is on the way. We're setting up for it all in. Which shouldn't be a surprise from Rogue. As you mentioned, that's what we saw during GSL, at least a lot of it. Rogue, he's just under 3 base saturation. The drop lords are coming. So it's going to be Ling, Roach, Queen, German taxi-esque all in. And so far, Skills, he's distracted. Now, Blink will be a factor in this defense, true. Because the early Blink, I mean, it does mean that Skills, he will have a bit of a stronger defense. But the upgrade's going to be lacking. We have Storm on the way, Charge as well, but he needs more time. Does need more time. Yeah, so here we go. So here comes Yolin. Again, just rallying everything across. And now Skills, he sees lack of saturation, lack of workers. We have one shield battery, one cannon. We have another cannon on the way. It's going to be a tough hold here for Skills. It's going to be a very tough hold. Yeah, Rogue just rallying everything across the map. It's all or nothing. Pushing through in towards that third. Storm is almost done. Yeah, okay, with Storm we can hold. Oh, brutal connections. Yeah, brutal connections with the vials. Storm is just now finishing. It's too late. This one is going to be too late here. We do storm some of these Ravagers, but Ravagers, they can tank. Yeah, they can tank the storms, clutch transfuse. And Rogue has done it. Rogue, he's done it. He has broken the third base. Takes down the Stalkers, collapses on the Archon as well. There are some reinforcements coming in, okay. Skillet's getting on top of the Queens. Gets one high energy Queen as well. But there are just so many Zerglings. Yeah, just so many Zerglings here. And Rogue, he breaks through the main army, gets into the mineral line. From here, can start pushing towards the natural. Skillet's desperately trying to hold on with a couple of charge lots, but there's no holding. Not anymore. Oh god, there's creep everywhere. The Nexus is contaminated. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, Skillet, he was going for his own aggressive build. If you recall, he went for a very early Twilight Council, late Forge, late Tech, faster Twilight Council, faster Blink, faster Stalker aggression. And what did he achieve with that Stalker aggression? Not much. He was able to move out across the map. He traded with Zerglings, but that's all he got, right? He just traded with the Zerglings. He wasn't able to deal any critical damage. Whereas Rogue, he was the one that was just going all in anyway. He was just committing to an all in. So he was more than happy to just trade to catch out Stalkers and to commit across the map. GG. GG, well played. It also doesn't help as well that because he was not fully aware of what was going on, we had later shield batteries, later cannons, later defensive setups at the third base, and with that, Rogue did overwhelm. And now we're getting into game number 2. Getting into game 2. And we'll see if Skillet can bounce back. We'll see if he can return. We're getting ready here for our next game. Here we go. As game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the we do have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillet. Here we go. So getting to game number 2, and we'll see how Skillus does adjust, because again, I was personally surprised to see Skillus be more aggressive and go for the earlier Twilight Council, or go for the early Blink. Unfortunately, it did fall in his face. Unfortunately, with that, he wasn't quite able to achieve much damage, and kind of his aggression fell by the wayside in favor of the aggression of Rogue, of course. With Rogue, he wasn't droning to begin with anyway. He was already amassing an army. We go. Oh, hello, Nikos. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. As we are going to be settling in. Third base is not being taken, or I should say our natural base. Forsake the unnatural natural. And we'll keep an eye out for the tech here, specifically what comes after the Stargate. Again, last game we saw the Twilight Council as the third base was being taken, so just really early Blink out of Skillus. I do not expect to see that same build again, but clearly Skillus showing us that he's willing to be a little bit more diverse with his builds and diverse with his play. Showing us he's willing to be an animal pack. Yeah, let's go. So now Rogue is settling in. Tells us to saturate. Tells us to saturate. So far behind this we have our Stargate opener out of Skillus. So far so standard. Stargate opener into the Oracle, into a third, but really it's after that's where our attention lies. I mean, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the more defensive maps of the map pool, so this is where we can see some more standard play, and we can, or we could just get into a longer game state. We could just see Skillus be hyper defensive here, and I would favor it. I would definitely favor Skillus if we were to go for that approach, but we'll see. We shall see. Be expecting a dive. Double dive here into the main. There are no Zerglings in position. We do see drones going to be going down. Not bad. Yeah, Rogue not quite where he needs to be. So far, that was 3 drone kills. And not a bad start here for Skillus. Got into the main. Got 3 drones. Again, Rogue he had plenty of Zerglings to work with, but did miss the Adepts. And now, once again, counterattack. Now it's time to move out. Now it's time to delay the third base. Oracle moves in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Gets 3 drones, does get away. At the same time, Zerglings said you hit the third. Adept trying to get in position. Do we have an Oracle in time? The answer is no. And this time it's going to be cancelled. Yeah, it's going to be denied. As I mentioned, this is the downside of losing your first 2 Adepts, is you cannot defend the third. The Oracle pops, but too little too late. Once again, fast Twilight Council. Same build? Oh, okay, Skillus. I mean, I say the same build. This is the same timing as the Twilight Council we saw previously, and if you recall, when we saw this, I was like, oh, Glaive Adepts, right? That just makes sense. Last game we saw Blink instead, so really fast Blink out of Skillus. Here, same thing, as in this could be either fast Blink or fast Glaives. Both are going to be optional here, or both are available here. Skillus throwing down gateways. 2 more gates behind this, 3 gates in total. Show us what you got. And there it is, Blink. Okay, same build 2 games in a row. Rushing into Blink, hiding his gateways, and his hope here should be to catch Rogue droning. Does Rogue drone? That's the better question. But now saturating 3 bases, does drone, does saturate. Skillus does move out. So at least they're dipping in. Oh. Keep getting the bases. Rogue is keeping up. Oh, yeah, nice round. Gets one, gets both adepts. Both adepts do fall. This time Rogue, he is not going for the... Oh, he does go for the Roach one, but we're going straight into the Spire. Okay, now a couple of things here. I was going to say, if we're skipping Roaches and if we're not going for Ravagers here, then the Stalker Aggression can excel. But Rogue is going to have Mass Zergling anyway, so we'll see what skills can get done. I'm still not entirely convinced. That is a lot of Stalkers. A lot of Stalkers have amassed. And again, Rogue is droning. Rogue, he's droning, he's saturating. Rogue, he's building up towards Muta play. So Rogue is mixing it up. Here comes Skillus. Now Blink is ready earlier than normal. He's forcing the way in. Does force a defensive warp in. Stalkers, they will hit the expansion. Stasis. Oh my god. Barely baited. Stasis baited. Leagues, they collapse in. They come in for the surround. Does force to cancel. Rogue, he's holding. He is holding on. Forces double expand. And the Spire is done. Show us those mutas. Now, there are plenty of Blink Stalkers to help deal with mutas, that is true. But right now, nothing in the natural base, nothing in the main base either. Unscattered mutas, they can deal critical damage. Uh-oh. It's Rogue poking in. Stalkers, they do hit the natural. They hit her once again. Forcing a cancel. Not bad. There's that recall by Comb. And this is nice damage here, but again, we'll see how many losses he does sustain. I mean, if he's back home, he can focus on his defense. Like, he'll be able to react in time, respond with his Stalkers. At least he should be able to. As mutas have been building up. He's still looking for a way in. Mutas, they dive into the main. So far, oh, they do catch half the mineral line. Did I say half? Almost the entire one. Almost the entire thing. A lot of workers do go down. Phoenix production has begun. Skill is trying to keep up. At the same time, the Zerglings, they do catch a Stalker. Nothing major. Nice blink. And Skillus is holding. He's holding. Did lose how many? Did lose 12? 12 drones. Wait, 13? 13 birds, I'm gonna say. 13 birds to go down. At the same time, Oracles, yeah, they were wreaking havoc here across the map. They do get a couple of worker kills. They do get a couple of workers. Mutas, they've done decently well. But hoping for more. And Skills, he's holding. Yeah, this one he's holding on. Shuts down the Zerglings. Mutas, they go back in. Did you get a gas geyser? They get a pylon, they get a cannon, nothing major. Lings, they collapse in, they're going for the Stalkers. Diving the army, and Rogue, can he take this fight? This I'm not so sure about. He needs more Zerglings here. Stalkers, they hold their own. Brutal Storm. Mutas have to get the hell out of here. They have to pull away. Oh, Lings, they get into the main. Uh-oh. Assembler goes down. Wow, and Rogue, he does it. Yeah, he does it. He breaks through the Stalkers. Takes down the mineral line, takes down the Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Skillus forced all in. And Rogue keeps racing back home. He's racing all the way back. Diving the Archon. Oh my god. That's a lot of... Oh my, the storms are crazy. Storms, they shut down the mutas. Yeah, mutas, they all melt. The mutas melt, and Skillus, he can do this. He can pull this off. Rogue, he committed into the storms. And Skillus, I think he's done it. I say that there's no more storms. True, we're out of storms. Skillus is out of storms. Has to rely on his gateway army instead. Ling's trickling in. Nah, he's got enough. He's got enough. He's got enough. The Stalkers, they break through. GG gets called, and Skillus, he was forced into the all-in, and happy we just send it. He does take the game, does have the series 1-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played again. Rogue, I thought it was misjudging when he attacked the third base, but no, he was fine. Like, he was able to break the third, break the middle line as well. He forced the all-in, but he did misjudge diving on the main army. He did underestimate the power of, what was it, like 3 or 4 High Templar with Mass Storm as well. Storms that just covered the entirety of that Mutaflok, and Mutas just melted. Zerglings as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Skillus does take the fight, Skillus does take the game, and now we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Going into the ace match. As we are getting into our next game. Go. We're getting to the next game. Next game we're going to be on Persephone. Okay. Next is going to be Persephone. Again, we'll see. We'll see if Rogue can bring it back. We'll see what Skillus has in store for us here. As every game so far, he's going for this earlier Blink build. Game 1 and Game 2. Some games are more aggressive than others. What does he go for this time? And spawning in the bottom, on the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. And the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss player himself representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. We go. Now going to be settling into our game. And so far we do have our initial setup here. Just Hatch Gas Pool, Standard Open out of Rogue, and welcome one and all to Persephone, as we have Standard Open out of Skillus as well. But Persephone does have a shorter rush distance by ground, much more direct as well. So if we were to be more aggressive, more assertive early on, that is going to be favored here. What I'm getting at is that I do not expect to see a Muta play again out of Rogue. Likewise, we may be seeing another all-in out of Rogue instead, just like what we saw in Game 1, going not necessarily for the exact same all-in, going for a German taxi, but we could see a Ling Queen walk across the map. We could see a Ling Hydra base all-in, or just Ling Roach, and just send it across the map. We'll see. Our eyes are on Rogue. We go. As behind this, Skillus does open up again in a standard manner. I did force the unnatural natural. Outside of that, everything's still looking standard for my players. We're keeping an eye on once again the Twilight Council timing of Skillus. I would not be opposed to see him go for the early Twilight Council again, and this time actually commit into Glaives. And with that out for Game 3, but we'll see. We shall see. Skillus does pick in. So we do have the Stargates on the way. Stargate from Skillus. Into the Oracle, into the third. We have seen Skillus have mixed success with his Zephyras, so we'll see what he can get done. At most, we've seen him get 3 drone kills. At worst, we've seen him lose a third base because of it. So it has to be careful. from here. We do have extra Lings on the way. Once again, double Adept towards the bases. Double Adept towards the main. Once again, 1-2 drone kills, not bad. Zerglings, they will lock this down. And we'll clean this up. I'd say a better trade for Rogue, as only 2 workers did fall, and now it's counterattack time. Now the Lings move out to do what? To deny the third. Speaking of third bases on the way, Oracle does hit the main. Queen's in position. Oracle gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, gets 4. Ooh, being a little bit greedy, getting to 5 workers. Oracle does get away. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the third, and they will force a cancel. Again, Adepts were lost earlier, so nothing to defend. Oracle came out a couple of seconds too late. And again, Skills just being a little bit too greedy here. Behind this, once again, Fast Twilight Council, Gateway Explosion. Now, every game so far, we've seen the exact same build here from Skills going for the Fast Council into Fast Blink. Now, what I will say, once again, is that we can still work towards Glaives this time. It is a viable option. I like the idea of it just because we can open up Blink 2 games in a row, make it look like the same build, and then just hard switch into something more committed, something more aggressive. Otherwise, could just go Blink. And it could just be Skills' go-to. Twilight Council is done. There it is, Glaives. Yeah, let's go. As we mentioned, like, this is what I would have wanted to see here in Game 3, is it looks like the same build 3 games in a row, but, of course, Game 1 and Game 2, Blink. Game 3, Glaive Adepts instead. And is ideally luring Rogue into a false sense of security. Rogue ideally would believe that this is going to be a Blink-based opener instead. And skip Roaches. The hope is Rogue skips Roaches, and he is skipping Roaches, but he's going into a Bailey Nest. Okay, this is going to be an alternate way to deal with this. This is a little bit greedier here from Rogue, but still viable, still possible. Adepts get surrounded. Adepts are surrounded. Skillet does pull away. And we'll see if Rogue does morph in any defensive and safety Banelings. And we'll see if he scouts the Adept move out. Adepts are amassing. They're building up. Just warping in more Adepts. Oh! Ooh, Lings, they don't quite confirm yet. Yeah, Lings are not aware. But the Bailey Nest is done. And we do see Adepts are trying to hide themselves. I think it's scouted. Yeah, this is Zergling in position. Does scout, does confirm, and now we should be seeing Bailings. There they are. Bailings are on the way, and this is a way to shut this down. So keen eyes there out of Rogue. He scouts the move out. He's aware what's going on. Adepts have arrived. And can he focus on the Bailings? Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite. Bailings, they finish. And with that, Skills is being shut down. He might still commit in. Yeah, does commit. Does commit to Shade. Bailings, they crash in. Nice splits. Yeah, nice splits here by Skills. Does avoid most of the Bailings. Shades into the mid-range. Drones are still going to be going down. The Bailing connections, they were not good enough. Shades into the main. At the same time, Rogue goes to the counterattack. There are some defensive back at home. And the Oracles race back. They will clean up these Zerglings. And it looks like Skills, he's done it. He has done it. The Adepts, they popped off. Whew, I was concerned about the Bailings, and they did get some connections, and Rogue did scout this. But too late. Too little too late. And Rogue is down to 20 drones. 20 workers left. Barely an economy, and Skillet, he's done it. Skillet, he just nobles out of control. No saturation here at the third base, nothing at the fourth. Likewise, half saturation in the main, and only one base kind of saturated here. Rogue, he's limping along, and Rogue is all in. Rogue is completely all in. There's no coming back from this. Storm is not ready, but we have Oracles. Yeah, the Oracles are in position. The Lings, they just get, oh god, they just get annihilated by the Oracles. No NG overcharge, boys are being pulled. Still a shaky defense here. But the shield body does complete. And Skills does it. Skills, he has done it. Key defense back at home. We do see Queen, I mean, again, we're all in. Oh, gets an Oracle, not bad. One Oracle goes down. You have cannons, shield batteries on the way. Lings, they pick in once again. Poke in. Things they do dive into the mineral line. Bailey's walling in as well. GG gets called as again Rogi's out of steam, out of money, out of everything, and Skillus, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Skillus for game 3 finally whipped out the Glaive Adepts. We were waiting for it. We were expecting it in game 1 and game 2, but last we got it in game 3, and that is where Skillus was able to just catch Rogue off guard. Rogue, he did scout the move out. He did have Bailings ready, but the splits were good enough. The Bailing connections were not good enough, and with that, it did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations. Skillus, he will advance on to the next round to face off against the winner of Solar and Young Yakov. We go. So Solar and Young Yakov, they're facing off as we speak. As we do have some holidays, may as well may as well get into it here. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on what has been going on. Yeah, let us catch up. Okay, from the top here, I mean, let's scroll up. Let us scroll up. Man. From the top, Clem. Clem takes down Lancer 2-0. Clem's up against Showtime. Ooh, Showtime 2-0's Cure. Big win there for Showtime. Takes down Cure 2-0. Clem versus Showtime currently ongoing in the quarterfinals. Scoring down ByuN. ByuN, he just now begins versus Goblin in a TVP when it goes up against Astrea. Astrea towards MaxPax once again. Oh, my Max Angel. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Again, we actually casted Astrea take down MaxPax. This was like 2 weeks ago in the Pegasaur Cup. And here takes down MaxPax 2-0 once again. Again, Astrea popping off in the PvP. Strong showing there. Strong showing from Max Angel. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Solar. Solar versus Young Yakov. Young Yakov takes down Harsum 2-0. And Yakov now against Solar in the next round in a ZVZ when it goes up against Skillus. This is the portion of the bracket that we are going to be focusing on, of course. We're focusing on this portion, which is Solar, Young Yakov, and Skillus. Scrolling down, we have Mana. Mana's up against Percival, and Creator is up against Classic as well. Whew, okay, so the bracket is progressing. There we go. Just making it look a little bit cleaner here in regards to the matches. And we have to figure out where we're headed. We have to figure out where we are going. Again, we're going to be waiting for Solar and Young Yakov. I just don't know where they are. I might just hop around a little bit here. Trying to figure out where they are. I think Rex is as well, but ideally we want to follow Nikita, follow Skillus. Press a win, yeah, Skillus, doing well for himself. Does shut down Rogue. I mean, again, when it comes to game number 2, you can definitely play some of that on Rogue as well for misjudging the strength and misjudging the power of Storm, of course, or maybe not really recognizing just how many storms he was moving into. But overall, Skillus does take him down. GG. GG, well played. As we do try to look for Solar and Young Yakov. But until then, we might just go on a short break here. As we are looking. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we should have an next series. Oh, hey, there you go. I was like, no wonder I couldn't find him. So yes, I was looking for Solar and Young Yakov because I was like, I have Young Yakov on my friends list. Why don't I see him online? Like, what's going on? So I was looking for him, but alas, in the end, we have found out that there's a reason why he's not online. It looks like Solar did take down Young Yakov 2-0, and up next we have another ZVP, Solar versus Skillus. Up next after the break. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next ZVP. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our next series here. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday number 41. We are jumping into our fresh best of 3 ZVP even. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss. It is Skillus. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our ZVP. And we have seen Skillus go for some interesting builds so far. Has done 2 so far, and variations of 1 really. I'm going for a really fast Twilight Council into either Glaives or Blink. He hasn't shown us too much more variety than that so far, and we'll see what else he can bring to the table. From the side of Solar, we'll see how he does adjust and how he does compared to Rogue. Now Rogue, he's a little more of an aggressive player. He's a little more all-in as a player as well. Solar, he is likewise willing to commit to 3 base all-ins more often than not against Protoss. So aggression is what we're expecting out of our Zerg players, but we'll see what kind of aggression. Keep an eye on Solar. For now, we'll keep our eye on Solar. For now, forcing the unnatural. For now, we are going to be settling in. Unnatural out of our South Korean Zerg player. Likewise, Skillus just going for the Gate Expand and the Cybercore. Again, when it comes to openers, like there isn't really much deviation, really. We don't really expect Twilight Council openers or Robo openers. There are builds that do exist that do start with that, of course, and do bring that together, but they're very rare and very niche, and yeah, they're not really as viable just because they put so much pressure on the Protoss to get damage done early on, and they're much easier to scout as well, and easier to shut down, especially at this level of play. So Stargate play is kind of the go-to. It's going to be the go-to. Likewise, Solar just droning, just saturating. Building up its economy. Skills likewise soon to choose his tech of choice, his unit of choice even. Stargate most likely into Oracle, but you can open up Phoenix, you can open up Void Ray, you can try to deny Vision, deny Scouting, try to shut down the overlords of your opponent. Is a way to approach this. So Overlord does break forward. Oracle is on the way. So getting into the Oracle. Double left towards the main. Double left into the main base. So far catching out some workers. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. Can we get 4? No shot. 3. 3 drone kills. Not bad. Not a bad start here for Skillus. Likewise, that should trigger a counterattack. There we go. Zerglings are moving out across the map to harass, to try to hit the 3rd base. And we'll see if they can force a cancel. As the 3rd is on the way, and Skillus actually this time will stay at the 3rd. A is in position, Link spoke in, the Oracle is ready. Catching out a couple of Zerglings. We'll force them back. Behind this early Twilight Council once again out of Skillus. So the same build so far, 4 games in a row. Did it every game against Rogue, now doing it here against Solar. From here, we could either go into Blink or into Glaive at depths. I'm leaning towards Blink for game 1, and ideally we hold off on Glaives until game 2 or game 3. We'll keep an eye on Skillus. Here comes that gateway explosion. 4 gates in total. Lings, they do slip into the bases. Yeah, probe's going to be going down. Getting 2, 3 probes. Oh my god, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, getting far too out of hand here. That should not have happened. Again, the wall was open. And so far getting 4 probe kills. Ay. Yeah, rough start here for Skillus. Likewise, he gets a full scout. Blink is on the way. Blink is on the horizon. Solar backing up. Going for a safety Roach Horn. Building up towards roaches. Fourth base is being thrown down. Things they try to collapse in. Catching out a stalker. Stalker, not much else. Here's Solar does back off. Behind this, we're taking up, going for a lair, and we are massing up quite a lot of Zerglings, is what I will say. Okay, just a safety Roach Warren, not really committing. Skillless moves out, but again, there should be plenty of Zerglings to deal with this. Yeah, Zerglings they will punish. At the same time, Solar headed towards the natural. Going for the Adept. Thankfully, do warp in time. Skills he holds. He does hold on. Behind this, working towards Temple Archives, working towards Storm. +1 on the way. Late +1. Later charge. But it's getting there. And we're going for the all-in. Again, no real surprises here, but Solar, he's going for a German taxi. He's going for the all-in. As I mentioned before, like Solar, he's also more than willing, or more often than not, he will go for these 3-base all-ins in ZVP. Similar to Rogue. As things do pull away. And the German taxi is soon to be upon us. Again, no drones here at the 4th. There's the one worker. We're cutting workers at 61, so we have undersaturation here at the 3rd base. So Solar, he's undersaturated. Waiting for his Dropper Lords. Okay, here they come. Dropper Lords on the way. And it's on skills to determine what's happening. To determine what the hell's going on. So far, he has no idea. Scouts, he checks. He sees no drones. No drones here. That's a tell. Yep, there we go. He gets eyes on the Dropper Lord. He knows. At this point, he should be aware. There we go. Throws down cannons. Throws down shield batteries. Skillless, he now scouts you all in. But does he have enough time? Is this fast enough? Skillless have enough time here. Solar collapsing in the army. Nice moves here with the Oracles. Do punish some of the Zerglings, now going for the Ravagers. Oh, I'll go no blink! Yeah, no blink. So many Stalkers go down. That might just be game. That might just be game then and there. That was so much damage being done already. That was how many? That was 7 Stalkers falling. Queens, they come in. They zone away the Oracles. Do you have a handful of Soldiers remaining? Bowser will connect. Before they take down the cannon. And Skillless, he's pinned back. Storm is coming in. Storm is done. Storm is ready. He's gonna have one Storm here for the main army. Storm connects. Zerglings, they collapse in. And Solar's done it. Solar, he has done it. He has broken through the mineral line. Gets into the 3rd. Lings, they catch out reinforcements. They break their Stalkers. Oh. There are some Zelds coming in though, but there's just so many Zerglings. Yeah, so many Zerglings file in. They overwhelm the Zealots. They collapse on top of the Stalkers as well. Only one Ravager left. That's Skillless. He's holding on. Okay. Skillless, he's barely holding on here. Ooh, takes down the Zerglings, get into the Roaches, and Skillless, he will hold. He will hold. He will shut this down. And then he can counterattack. And Solar was completely all in. How many probes did he kill? 16. Okay, he killed 16 workers. He did kill a mineral line worth of probes here at the 3rd. So damage was done. But Solar, he needed more than that. Did need more. Checks for a 3rd. Sorry, checks for a 4th. Oh, not again. Nah, Skillless! Not again. Lings, they do bleed into the natural. Not again. And this is just buying time. It's just buying time here, dragging Skillless back into the main. And allowing Solar to drone. Again, Solar, he's slowly droning up, slowly saturating. Right now, Solar is very vulnerable to a counterattack. Going for the Contamination. Does delay +1. Revelation reveals droning. And again, Skillless, I feel like he can't push. He needs to. He's waiting for the Prism. The Prism is on the way. Once it arrives, then he can push out. Just waiting for that War Prism. Then he can start to be active. But this is giving Solar so much time to drone up. And now here we have Lurkers on the way. The Lunkers are coming. Lings, they get into the base once again. They get into the natural, they get into the main. Skills, we gotta go. Now he's pushing it again. This is late. This push is late. It's delayed. And because this move out is so late, that's why now they're lurkers. Now they're lurkers to defend. And this might just be enough for Solo to survive. Like, the lurkers are coming in clutch. These are going to be lair tech lurkers. No hive upgrades yet. They're on the way. Are on the way. Dual detection, no observers, but there is revelation. Yeah, lurkers are revealed. There's revelation. Diving on top of the... Oh my god, no! Does try to dive in, but he'll bleed out so many stalkers. Storms are late as well. Ay, ay, ay. And Skillus, he will break through somewhat. But that was a messy fight. That was a very messy engagement out of Skillus. He will lose everything. He will lose everything. Solo, he will shut down the army. Shut down the High Templar. And remember, Skillus was all in here. Skillus, no fourth. There's no fourth base. There's no expansion. There's no economy. Skillus, this was meant to kill. But remember, this hit like a minute late. Like, this was just too late here for Skillus. And he can't expand. Not anymore. Like, So again, we had a really impressive defense out of Skillus, but it's the follow-up where he was lacking. Where it came down to not being able to stop those Ling run-bys, Ling counterattacks. That did heavily delay the push. Contamination didn't help, of course. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. As once again he's pushing into a wall of lurkers. Oh god. Yeah, Zealots are melting. We get a revelation on some lurkers, but not all. Not at all. Lurkers moving in, at the same time Link dropping to the main. Skillus, he has 2 more storms. Okay, he has 2 storms available. Does warp in. Okay, can he get on top of the lurkers? He can. Takes down 1, takes down 2. How many lurkers are left? 3. 3 lurkers are waiting. Gets a revelation, and can he get on top of the final lurker? Oh my god, barely not. It's still so close. He's so close to breaking Solar. Boys are being pulled. Only 1 lurker remaining. Nah, it doesn't even need it. It doesn't need the lurker. Hydras, they mass in. Can he deny the warp in? It's going to be close. He can. Yeah, denies the warp in, cleans up the army. GG gets called, and Solar, he will shut down the all-in, and Solar will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Skillus, he had an impressive hold against Solar's all-in, and then he followed up with his own all-in. Unfortunately, heavily delayed. He hit far too late. By the time he did, there was a wall of like 8+ lurkers waiting for him, and he took a brutal fight as a result. Like, he could not push into those lurkers. He tried to, he lost everything in the process. GG. GG, well played. Despite that, towards the end of the game, we saw how close it was and how close he was to breaking Solar, but alas, barely not enough. And with that, Solar takes game number 1. Takes the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. We'll see if Skillus can recover, bounce back, and force the ace match. A very intense game 1. Very intense. Here we go. See, how do you defend against an adept attack like this? Ange responds with roaches. You can defend with roaches. You can defend with banelings as well. If you're referring to the rogue game, the ace match between rogue and Skillus, we saw that the baneling connections were not good enough. Typically, ideally, you want your banelings to be chasing the shade to connect and get like the best like value you can with those banelings. We saw that Skillus was able to split at the last second. He was able to avoid the splash damage and deal with the banelings and then overwhelm. It is more difficult to defend with Ling Bane than it is with just roaches against Glaive Adept. It's not impossible to defend with banelings, but it's just more difficult, just because your opponent has micro potential against you, right? They can split their units, they can avoid splash damage, they can focus down the banelings as well. Banelings are also slower than the roaches, so it is more difficult to defend with Ling Bane. And with that, we saw Skillus overwhelm Rogue earlier, and now we're getting here into game number 2 of our fresh series, and we'll see if Skillus can fight back and force the ace match. I'm hoping he can, but we'll see. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylands, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see him bounce back and make a series out of this and force the ace match. It is Skillous. We go. And again, Skillous, he had an impressive defense against the initial all-in, but alas, the follow-up there, he was lacking. He was unable to deal with the Zergling run-bys. He was delayed as a result twice, if you recall, forced to go back into the bases. And of course, he had to wait for his Prism as well before he could be active on the map. By the time he did, it was too late. It was too little too late. Solar, he had gotten away with droning, and he had gotten away with Lurker Tech as well. Here we go. Getting into our next game. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard open out of Solar. Likewise, Skillous just going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. Now, every game so far that we've seen from Skillous in PvZ tonight, he has gone for a faster Twilight Council as he expands. We do expect to see that again. The power of it is that he can choose and pick between Blink and Glaives and try to force like an over or under reaction from his opponent. So do we go into Glaives for game 2? Show us what you got. If he goes Blink again here and if he wins this game, he's gonna go Glaives ace match, right? Like he's gonna follow that pattern, I would assume. I would gamble on it. Now though, Stargate is on the way. Solar will zone its Skills away. From here, Skill's just waiting for a second adept. From here, we can shade in. Last game, I believe he killed 3 drones, so we'll see if he can replicate that. Once again, links are matching for Solar. If the adepts go down too soon, then Solar can counterattack and strike the 3rd and force a cancel. So Skills, he has to be careful. Shades in, gets 1. Only 1. Trades decently well against the Zerglings at least, but only 1 drone does fall. Head of Shades in towards the natural. Oracle as well. Lings, they should look good to be counter-attacking. Never mind. Yeah, there we go. Lings, they counter-attack. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Gets 2 drones. And can he defend the 3rd base in time? There are some adepts back at home. It should be okay. Should be able to hold on. Lings, they poke in. And this time it will not be cancelled. This time Skills is in position. Twilight Council's on the way, as to be expected. Same build. 5 games in a row. Let's go. Now the question becomes, Blink or Glaives? Last game was Blink. I'm feeling Blink again, but we'll see. Adepts not moving out. Oh, Solar going for a lair before Evo Chamber. Okay, Solar mixing it up. Our attention has been on Skillous. You have to go. Blink is on the way. So we did expect. Blink out of Skillous. Lair is almost done. Nice cancellation. Denies the 4th. There's that Evo Chamber. This should be, I was going to say this should be plus on melee. Because of the faster lair, Solar, he might go into plus on range into a Ling Hydra all-in, which we have seen from Solar before. Or many times, really. So do we go for range or melee? What's it going to be? Yep, range. There we go. So as we mentioned, going into plus on range and going for a 3-base Ling Hydra all-in is something that Soul's very fond of. Yep, there it is. Hydrogen gets thrown down. So we've seen this build before. I believe gases should be taken here, and we're just going to be massing up Hydras and going for a big all-in. I say that if Solar does decide to drone his 4th base, then he can take into lurkers. Oh god. Meanwhile, Lings, they do get into the mineral line. Pro's going to be going down. Little workers do fall. At the same time, Skills pushing in towards the left side. Lings are trickling in. Most of them are across the map, which means Skills, he can gain ground. He can push in. Can move forward. Takes down the Queen. Going for the expansion. Hydras are building up. And he should force a cancel. Ooh, that's a kill. Yeah, kill, not a cancel. Nice pick up there from Skills. Takes down the expansion. Now, this 4th base, I believe, was only meant to be for Larva anyway. So not the biggest of losses for Solar, but Solar, he's just building up nothing but purely Ling Hydra. Retaking his 4th. And we'll soon move out. Oh, never mind. Infestation, but he's taking. Okay, so he's taking up into Lurker tech. So should be able to get into faster +2. Into Lurkers. Oh, we can see Skillis, he's getting ready for the all-in. He's throwing down a wall of cat. Oh my god, he is reacting so hard to that. I don't blame him. Like, I even assumed that Solo was going all-in, if you recall. So Skillis is getting ready for the counterattack with Solo, so he's just taking. He's just taking up into lurkers. Now, because he's taking up into lurkers, right now Solo is vulnerable. Like, if Skillis were to double down, if instead of, oh my god, Jesus, he's still not stopping. If he had less counters and shield barriers, if he threw down like a line of gateways, like we're seeing here earlier, if we saw these gateways instead of this wall stack defense, then we could have seen Skillis counterattack and then try to break Solar before lurkers. But at this point, again, he overreacted. We have a pretty solid setup here, sure, but the gateways are delayed. Solar poking in. He has no intention to commit. No intention by Solar. Pulls away. Lair is halfway done. Sorry, Hive is halfway done. Solar pulls away. Pulls away, he pulls back. Taking more expansions, droning up to 83. Here comes Overlord Speed. I think this is going to be for lurker drops, or even just Ling drops. Lurkers are morphing in. And Skillis, I mean, there's still a window technically. Can he break through before lurkers? Even if they morph in, there's only 3. There's Revelation. Ooh, 1 Oracle goes down. Decent storms. Decent storm with the Hydras. Lurkers are revealed. Skillis looking for a way in. An Overlord. That's from Skills is rotating. Does rotate over. Oh, takes down 1. Takes down 2. Not even. That last. The Revelation does run out. Skills gets punished. Oh god. Oh no. Not like this. As Skills, he's still looking for a way in, but last is being shut down. Yeah, the lurkers are everywhere. Solar, he holds. He holds, he defends. He's got lurkers at the 3rd, lurkers at the 4th, at the 5th. Lurkers are set up. Against Skillis, miss rally as well, losing an Immortal. once they find an opening. Prism into the main, let's go. Pushing whatever there aren't lurkers. And lurkers, they aren't quite in position, but Hydras, they do rotate. They respond. Solar, he defends his main. And defends his fourth. Skill is still looking for a way in. We do have a fleet beacon on the way, working towards Skytos. This does feel late there. This does feel late. Typically, you want to work towards Skytos as soon as you see lurkers, but it's been a while. So because of that, there's going to be a big window in time where Solar is max, Solar has lurker tech, and Skill still has not taken to the skies. So when Solar pushes, I don't know if Skills can survive that, as he is a ways away before proper Tempest production. He's got one Tempest on the way. Let's go. Let's go the one Stargate. So, yep, just going straight into the bases. Let's create an opening. Likewise, Oracle does go down as well. Oh. These skills does collapse on the main army at least. But lurkers, they knock down the front door, making their way towards the natural. Skill is trying to find a way in. I do feel like these lurkers, they could be a little bit more assertive here. There we go. A couple of them peel off. Oof, Skill's trying to push in. Gets punished. High Templar going down. Archon as well. But he will clean up these lurkers. Okay, they're being cleaned up. At the same time, Solar takes down another expansion. Fourth base goes down. Solar moving in. Going for the Robo. And can knock that down as well. Hydras, they almost lunge forward. They almost commit. And again, these trades are good enough here. Oh no, the Token Taurus, no! This Swarm host, get out of here. And Skills, he's knocked down to 3 bases. Knocked down to a 3-base economy, or less than a 3-base economy. Doesn't really have much left. Questlings, they do counterattack. Skillless, he's all in. Either he kills Solar, or he dies trying. Moving forward. Lurkers are ready here at the natural. I was about to say, like, what are we recalling? Does reinforce the 2 Archons. Let's go. I mean, hey, he's got 4 Immortals. True. He has Cloak. Can he break through that Lurker line? It's gonna be close. Yeah, he blinks in. Oh god, the blink was not it. He gets punished for the blink. Stalkers get cleaned up, and there's nothing left to defend here. Nothing left to support the army. GG gets called, and Solar, he will survive. He'll defend, and Solar will take the series at 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Skillless, shout out to Skillless, he did have his own moments here in this game, in this series as well, for sure. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to transition out of his ground toss into sky toss in time after the lurker tech. We spoke about it. There was also a window here where Solar was vulnerable. Skillless, he was looking quite good at the start. Remember, he killed the 4th base. He was able to get warpins into the main. He was able to defend back at home for the most part, but alas, he wasn't quite able to break Solar. If you remember, Skillless, he overreacted. After he killed the 4th, after he was able to do some good damage, he threw down like 5 shield batteries. He threw down like 4 cannons as well. He was expecting Solar to all in him, but there was no all in. Solar, he was droning. He was teching instead. Solar was getting ready for a longer game, and Skillless was investing so much there to defend against an all in that never came, which means his gateways were delayed, his tech was delayed, his 4th base, more importantly, was also delayed. Everything was delayed because he was terrified of what was coming, and nothing came. GG. GG, well played. With that, he fell behind. He did lose his lead, and Solar was able to snowball from there. GG, well played. With that, Solar does advance on, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? Where are we headed? Where are we going? As Solar, he's the first to make it through in the semifinals, and Solar, he's waiting for... Oh, he is waiting for the winner of Percival and Classic. Okay, let us head on over. As it looks like we have an all-Korean semifinal, so it's going to be Percival versus Classic into Solar. Meanwhile, we have Astrea. Astrea takes down MaxPax 2-0. ByuN takes down Goblin 2-1. And we have Astrea versus ByuN currently ongoing. They are currently mid-series. Meanwhile, we do have a Clem and Showtime facing off. Again, Clem took down Lancer, Showtime took down Cure, and we have Clem and Showtime currently mid-series as well. Now, the real question actually becomes, where is Wardy? Because both semifinals are usually casted, and Wardy, he is in the ace match of ByuN and Astrea. Okay. He's in the ace match. They're facing off in game 3, so they're tied. So ByuN and Astrea, they're tied up 1-1. Again, Astrea, who was showcasing his PvT prowess during the EWC qualifiers. So was Goblin. Goblin did take a map off of ByuN. I want to believe that Astrea can take a series as well. Like, totally within the realm of possibility, he can pop off. But the reason why I said where is Wardy is because both semifinals are casted. Even if the lower semis is ready, even if we wrap up Percival versus Classic and we lead that into Solar, if the upper semifinals is ongoing, then we're gonna have to wait anyway. So we'll see. We'll see. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We are currently parked over on the Korean server, waiting for Percival and Classic to wrap up. Or we might even jump in mid-series. True, we might even jump into game 2 or game 3. That might occur. So we might be able to get a bit of Percival versus Classic. Otherwise, we will have to wait for ByuN and Astrea to wrap up, and then we'll see which semifinals is ready first. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have either Percival versus Classic, or we'll have another semifinals match. It's hard to say. We'll see. We'll see how things do turn out. For now, going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with some more StarCraft. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but I hope you guys enjoyed the WardiTV, and welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finales of the WardiTV Monday. We were just waiting for Astrea versus ByuN to wrap up, and as you can imagine, that did wrap up, and we have our results coming in. Astrea takes down ByuN in the end, 2-1, and now we have a PvT semi-finals match. Here we go, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as I am very excited to see how this matchup turns out. A couple of things here. For those that maybe weren't here last night, over the weekend, then you might not be familiar with this, but Astrea, he is a part of EWC. He qualified for the Esports World Cup, and he did rely quite heavily on his PvT matchup. Who did Astrea bring down to qualify? Took down Gumiho and took down Ryung. Like, Astrea's best matchup right now is PvT, followed by PvP. I mean, hey, he just took down MaxPax as well. PvZ is where he's at his weakest, 100%. Like, that is where Astrea is at his weakest. That's where he does look a little bit more abusable at times. But when it comes to PvT and PvP, like, that is where he thrives. Took down Gumiho, took down Ryung, and who did Astrea beat today? MaxPax and ByuN as well. ByuN did just fall. And who better to test Astrea against, as clearly he's had his way with all the Korean Terran players, now up against the best European Terran out there, the best player in the world, Clem. Clem, he does step into the ring here. We'll see if Astrea can get to his late game. Astrea, he thrives in a longer macro game, mid-game to late game. That is where he does thrive. We'll see if he can get there, though. The pressure is going to be on Clem to try to stop him from achieving that kind of final form, from getting to that kind of game state in a comfortable position. Oh boy. So the pressure is on. But now Stargate opener here out of Astrea. Already a wild start here, actually. I was kind of a little bit more relaxed when I said that. Stargate opener is a bold move. Now, Stargate openers make the most sense on longer and larger maps. On top of that, gate expand. Economic opener out of Clem. He goes for a later factory, so Clem is going for a bit of a slower start, and this means that Astrea has the opportunity to get into a bit of a greedier start himself. Stargate openers are very out of meta just because two-base all-ins are so common and so prevalent, but because of the economic opener of Clem, and because we're loading into such a large map like Tokamak, now this is where a Stargate opener is more viable. This is where this is a little bit less risky, and Astrea can get away with this. Phoenix on the way. So does it with Phoenix. And again, we'll see if Clem can try to punish this in some way. Opening up Hellion, followed by a Widowmine into Widowmine drop. Here we go. Clem will zone away. Clem does zone, takes down the Adept. Not a bad pickup. Adept is sniped. And behind this, we're just settling into a longer macro, or we're settling into a follow-up here. So Stargate opener Phoenix into Robo. Bearing in mind that Clem is not aware. Clem, he has not seen the Stargate yet. He's not seen the Phoenixes. He doesn't know what he's moving into. The drop is moving out. And ideally, Astrea is going to shut this down. On top of that, ooh, Cloak Banshee out of Clem. This is a rough start. This is a rough start for Clem, assuming that Astrea can shut this down. And he should be able to. He has the tools. He has the tools to defend. Widowmine is set. Third base is going to be delayed. Pylon's going to get sniped. Quick on Burrow there out of Clem. He's moving forward. You can see Astrea still just banking up those Phoenixes. There we go. Does dive in. Does go for the dive. It does lift. Takes down the Widowmine just barely. Widowmine does go down. And now he can chase down the Medevac itself. And it's going to get sniped. Massive pickoff. Takes down the Medevac. Takes down everything. And behind this, Cloak Banshees, they're not ideal. Not in this position. We need Vikings. We need Cyclone. Cyclone production has begun. Phoenixes are moving out. And Astrea, he will scout the research. Or at least he should. We'll see if he does. It doesn't quite get close enough. Astrea, he's in the dark. Does catch the Hellion, but he does not scout the tech. Now, there's going to be an observer. There's going to be detection. Banshees and move out towards the right-hand side. Do move out. Here go some SCVs. This is a stronger start for Astrea, but the Banshee has potential. The Banshee has a little bit of potential for damage. As a couple of workers do fall. Banshee into the natural. No shield battery. Probes are going down. Okay, getting 1, 2. Cloak is revealed. Where is the observer? Uh oh, it's across the map. It's across the map. Astrea, he failed to scout this. He failed to recognize what was going on, and that's going to be brutal damage here. 7 probe kills. 8, 9, 10. 10 workers going down. Brutal damage. Finally the Banshee does fall, but this is worth it. This was well worth it. 12 worker kills, and here comes another Banshee. Banshee does get away. Astrea now expanding, and Astrea has a lot of reprobing to do. Has to resaturate. Clem, he's pushing. Again, Astrea had such a strong start to the game. If it wasn't for the Banshee, though. Does take down both. Takes down 2 Banshees. Dives into main. There is a turret. Still catching some reinforcements. Not bad. Gets 2 Marines. Takes off 2 Marines. 3rd CC is on the way. The game will continue. Game does progress. Nice time for the observer. Clem going for the drop. It is so bold to be active like this, despite the fact there are Phoenixes, but there's only now 4 Phoenixes. Astrea doesn't have the biggest presence that the other way should have. Is boosting in. Is found. Oh. Astrea does find the drop. Bringing to the army. Does bring it together. Clem looking for a way in. And so far doesn't really achieve too much here. He is moving out with a 2nd army. Colossus in position. Thankfully, Astrea he's not completely distracted by the first double drop. He's ready at the 3rd. And he should have enough to deflect. He gets spotted. Astrea responds. Astrea does respond. So far, keeping up with the rotations. Astrea, he defends on 3 bases. Now, what we're waiting for here is a 4th. The 4th base for Astrea is late. It's a late 4th base. Ideally, the Protoss wants to be up in expansion. Clem already has his 3rd base up and running. Clem doing a great job of just containing Astrea, taking map control away from him, and delaying the 4th. So Clem is getting ahead. Like Clem at this point is taking a lead. He's getting further ahead. Astrea's in a rough position here. Takes out the Cyclone. Takes out the Cyclone. Nice swipes here on the bio. Astrea, he breaks out. And again, he needs that 4th. Nice. Oh my god. Nice swipes. Oh, Viking Count has been amassing. Oh, Colossus under fire. Does need more Stalkers. Does need those Storms. So again, Astrea he's still at a disadvantage. He's still being bullied back. Clem stims in. Yeah, there's no saving the 4th base. Brutal loss there for Astrea. Ay. Now, Astrea, he can still recover. He can still take a better fight with Storms. With Storms, he can take a better fight. But he's on the back foot. He's once again trying to retake that 4th. Clem is going to be the first to max. be the first to max out. Nice little run by. There aren't many reinforcements. Ideally, this forces back the Terran. Gets the middle line. That, speaking of, yep, does, oh my god, a massive stim here out of Clem. Does F2 back home. He will race all the way back. 11 SCV kills, and you know what this means? Because of that massive pullback home, fourth base. Fourth base is getting up and running for Astrea. Remember, Clem, he was about to hit the fourth. He was about to strike. 14 SCV kills. So brutal damage. And Astrea, he is slowly getting back into this game. He's getting there. The fourth base is getting up. Storm is done. Now I do still favor Clem in a head-on fight just because of the heavy Viking count. It's 10 Vikings. I think the ByuN army is terrifying as well. We'll see if Astrea can survive. As Astrea, he's almost maxed out himself. Yes, Clem is maxed. From here, rotating over. And again, this is giving Astrea time. Now, with this time, Clem, he is taking up into Ghosts. Like, Ghosts are on the way. EMP is going to be available. Astrea is still trying to build up. Massing up more High Templar. Oh, he's got 11 High Templar. He's very reliant here on High Templar. They are very nicely spread out, but no disruptors. Like, he's vulnerable to EMPs. He is very vulnerable to EMPs. That's my big concern. I'm liking the spread, but this is still a very fragile composition that Astrea is working with. It's very fragile. Oh, nice warp in here. It does fight the army at the same time. You see Clem moving in. Does take a storm to the face. Oh my god. It does take the storm. Astrea does win both fights. On the right and the left. Speaking of, oh, another storm. Oh my god, another storm connects, takes down the Ghost. The Colossus do overextend. Where's the anti-air? There's not enough. There's not enough. There's what I was worried about. Viking count is too high. Takes down all 3 Colossus. Now the only form of splash damage here are storms. Oh boy. And I believe only has 1 robot. Okay, two robots. We need Colossus. We need disruptors. The Viking count is still quite healthy. I spoke too soon. Getting 1, getting 2, 3. 3 Vikings go down. Nice big here by Astrea. Astrea rotating over, bringing everything together. Oh, doesn't quite get the Ghost. Nice snipe. Yeah, very nice snipe here as he's going for another. He wants another Ghost. Sorry, wants another High Templar. Oh, he gets 2. No shot. He's going for 3. The 1 Ghost. He gets 3. Oh my god, takes on 3. Hi. 3 High Templar go down. Yo, who needs EMP when you got Cloak? Jesus. Yeah, brutal losses there for Astrea. He does catch the Observer. Astrea, he can claim this fight, as Clem is mainly towards left-hand side. Yeah, diving the army, going for the Ghost. Nice target firing. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Ghosts. Oh, but he has to respect them still, as more reinforcements have arrived. Astrea has to pull away. Flanking storms. High Templar getting caught out. The downside of having a High Templar spread like this, they're on their own. And Astrea, he's down to 8 High Templar. Starts a storm though. Lands 1, takes down the Colossus. More storm moving in. And another snipe. Going back into Mass Colossus. The Viking count is a little lower this time, so this is a little more viable here for Astrea. But I spoke about the 8 High Templar, and they're being hunted down. Better Storm. Better Storm towards the end. Clem going to be zoned away. I believe we saw Fleet Beacon. Yeah, Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, second Cybercore. We're working towards Skytos. But this is a bit of a later transition from Astrea. And unlike against Gumiho, unlike against ByuN, he doesn't really have map control right now. Clem does. Snipes another High Templar. Gonna stray down to 5. 5 Templar left. Oh, nice Storm. Nice Storm with the fire. Oh god, no, again. Gotta respect the Vikings. It's how many? It's 9. 9 Vikings. Okay, Liberation has arrived. Again, Clem is getting to his final form, getting to massive Ghost Viking Liberator. That is going to be his ideal. Astrea, he still hasn't gone into Tempest yet. And right now, the win condition for Astrea is to buy time to defend, to survive, and dual Tempest. He's getting there, making 3 Tempests at a time. We'll see if he can survive. Oh. Flanking Storm, not bad. Astrea takes the fight as well. Prism into the main, going for the warp in. Astrea catching more reinforcements, again keeping Clem busy. And remember, this is all about buying time. It's all about just distracting Clem, buying time, forcing him all the way back into the main. Getting extra warp ins, throwing away mineral zealots. Main army pushes in, takes on 2 liberators. Nice big ups. Remember, Vikings out of position. Vikings are racing over. Oh. Vikings are racing over. Head over from the main. Blue EMP, Tempest. Oh, they're already revealing themselves. Tempests are revealed. And again, Astrea has to be so careful with these Tempests. As Vikings are going to be shocking for them. Denies mining. And remember, Clem does not have bottom right or center right. Clem's on 5 bases. He's on 5. Astrea now double expands. Astrea, he now has map control, somewhat. It is a large map, and Clem, yeah, he breaks out. He breaks out. Yeah, Astrea has no vision here. He has no setup. He's racing over. Bases will fall. Now, there are no Vikings here. There's only 2, so Clem, he cannot take a head-on fight. He has to back off. Get the army split. Likewise, Astrea, he needs to put up his own army. Ooh, barely, not in time. Yeah, denies the cannons, denies the shield batteries. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Astrea, he was just a little bit too late there. It's a couple of seconds too late. High Templar gets 1, gets 2. Oh, we're lacking storms. Storms are lacking, that is a concern. I'm still keeping up, but base goes down. Nice Tempest Sullies. Tempest Shocks going off here on the Vikings. Zoning back Clem. They blew the ground army as well, not bad. Oh, so we got not to overextend. Yeah, Vikings will engage. Clem, he will lose his fight. Bleeding out more Vikings. At the same time, Astrea collapsing on the left hand side as well. Very nice. Astrea winning on both fronts, going for the planetary. Again, he has to deny this expansion, and he will. Takes down the base. Clem's moving in. Yeah, Astrea has to get the hell out of here. Force a recall. Oh, he will leave 2 Tempests behind. Uh-oh. Nice snipe on the tower. Tempest, they make it out. That was risky. Does make it out. Building up more Tempest. We've got 7, soon to be 9 Tempest. That's going to be the ideal. But we've seen Astrea before. He does like to go mass Tempest up to like 14. If you can get away with it. Yeah, so far Astrea has been pulling Clem apart. Clem retaking that southern base. In the mineral line. Ooh, brutal EMP. EMP pops off. Astrea spots the nuke, does pull away. That's all the nuke. Astrea trying to respond. Collapsing this army. Here, there's, well, 1 EMP. There's plenty of fire. Astrea, he cannot take this fight. Not without storms. Where's the storm? Storm. We get some decent connections. And it looks like Astrea, he will clean this up, but he will still lose the base. Yeah, lose the expansion. Nexus still goes down. Here we go. Still keeping up. You get spotted. It's a ghost. Yeah, no fear from Astrea, no fear. Goes into the nuke. Let's go. Jesus, how many Vikings are we on? 20 Vikings! This I do like. If you recall, something that we were a little bit critical of when it comes to Gumiho and ByuN in last night's broadcast against Astrea is how low the Viking count was. I think they never exceeded like 12 Vikings. Here, 20, this is what you need. You need 20 Vikings to do what? To dive past, to get on top of said Tempest, to tank a storm, and to overwhelm. So I'm liking the last Viking. Nuke is about to pop up. Astrea, he is aware, he pulls away. Oh, as he does stack the nukes. Picking up another nuke on the right hand side. This one should not finish. Vikings, they were looking for a way in. Another nuke. Nice, nice. Oh god. The counter feedback. Nukes is slowly gaining ground. Very nice snipe. Gets High Templar. Mine count still at 20. Liberator count is still very low. That's the concern. Making 3 more Liberators. Liberators on the way. More nukes. Once again, just going to be zoning back. Oh, this is going to be close. Can he get on top of the ghost? Oh my god, he can. For the cost of a Tempest, though. 1 Tempest goes down. We have 2 more nukes on the way. Oh, just a snipe. That was close. That was a couple of seconds too close there for my liking. Did get it. I do see Clem rotating towards the top side instead, and we do see Astrea does have an army in position, somewhat. Vikings are spotted. Okay, with all the Vikings being here towards the top side, this should trigger Astrea to be a little more aggressive here towards the bottom right. The other scary thing here is that Astrea, he has not denied this southern base either. And he has to. But Clem, he has a bank. Vikings moving in. Once again, the side defense is just not done in time. Ay, ay, ay. Not again, Pappy, not again. Oof. So many counter shoot watches are denied. 2 of them do complete. Are we pushing in? Up. Storm does zone. Again, 2 battles happening at once. Still not quite able to engage. Nice knife. Almost gets one of the... Jeez, almost a Tempest. Down to 1 HP. The 1 HP Tempest. Let's go. Barely survives. What's scary here is that, again, typically as a Protoss, you want to be up in expansion. You want to be up a base. Right now, the bases are split in half directly, which is favoring the Terran. So the Terran is up in economy. Unlike in previous late game PvTs where Astrea would have the economic lead, that is not the case here. It's not the case here. So Astrea doesn't have that massive bank that he needs to actually use to make use of this army. He needs to make use of. Nuke will land. Does graze the army, gets like 1 Stalker. Yeah, and Astrea, he's in a rough position. He's just in a rough position here. He doesn't have the bank. It doesn't have the map control. The just non-stop nukes here, just peppering away at the bases. The nukes, they just don't stop. We just keep nuking. Nice knife. This is getting some value here with these Tempest, at least. It takes out one of the Liberators, gets a Viking. Oh, this time doesn't pull. Okay, whew, does pull away in time. Another Storm. Astrea, does he notice? He's moving in. He wants the Ghost. No, no! 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 He doesn't notice! Yeah, he doesn't like the nuke. Nuke connects. Graces the army. Barely did not get the Ghost in time. Didn't bring it down. Oh, nice Storm. Very nice Storms. But Astrea, he has to back up. Bullying his way through. Again, he's making 4 nukes at a time. The nukes, they just keep going. So just rebuilding his wall. Now, Clem did burn through a big portion of his bank, but again, Astrea doesn't really have bank either. It's again, the bank's just not where it needs to be. Going for no more nukes. So also coming from behind, they do focus down the Ghost. Oh, very nice Storm. Best Storm we've had in a while. Astrea catching out Clem. Does catch him out. So we have another nuke on the way. This one will not get a high Templar. Ooh, does get part of the mineral line though. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, probes that work close enough. This one's going for the Nexus. You can see Astrea, he wants to try to engage. He's going for the Ghost. Not able to. Not able to. Nuke pops off. Takes down the mineral line. 17 probe kills. He has a commit. Nice storm on the Vikings. Very nice storm. He needs one more. Down to 8 Tempest. Down to 8. That's EMPs. EMPs connect. For the first time in a long time, we have Clem now with a greater bank than Astrea. Keep going up. Well, there's some storms here. 2 more storms coming in. Not bad. Yeah, storms are connecting, but we just commit. We commit in. All the Vikings will fall. Sorry, all the Tempests will fall, I meant to say. Yeah, Tempests are going down. Vikings, they trade. And as the dust settles, Clem, he breaks through. He just overwhelms the army, takes down the expansion, and Clem, he has done it. Astrea, he's broke. Astrea, he's broke. He's out of money, out of resources. As you mentioned, usually when we go for this style, Astrea, sorry, did I say Clem is broke? Astrea is broke. Astrea is out of resources. Usually when we go for this style, Astrea does need to be up in expansion to be even with the Terran, but he was just down to base. He was just down to base the entire time. He did not have the economy, did not have the bank. He was unable to stop Clem from taking bottom right or this center expansion. Clem even taking one of Astrea's bases. Aye. And again, I'm loving just the mass nuke style here from Clem. I mean, had a greater Viking out, of course, but the nukes here were just so oppressive. Just non-stop nukes. And they just allowed for Clem to just zone. Just constantly just zone back the army. Time and time again. Ensuring that Astrea just could not push through, could not gain ground. So you just more, every time there's a move out, every time there's a rotation, nukes. Just non-stop nukes here from Clem. Connect. Oh, that. Decent storm, but the Medivacs, they just heal the storm regardless. Oh my god. They heal through the storms. Novas have arrived. Split a couple of disruptors. Doesn't quite connect. Once again, Astrea just being bullied back. Down to a handful of Tempest. Sniping another High Templar. And Astrea, he does take down the expansion, but remember, he's fighting for his own base. This is just a bonus here for Clem. And with that, Astrea, the final fight, he just commits in with everything. He moves time, he will lose all the zealots. GG gets called, and Clem, he will overwhelm. Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He does take the game, and again, very impressive performance here by Clem. Astrea, you can make an argument, he has like probably the best late game PvT in the world, and Astrea, he was able to showcase that over the weekend, able to showcase it against players like ByuN, against Gumiho, against Ryung as well, and even here against Clem, he did take it to him. Like, things were very back and forth, but as you did mention, Astrea, because of the mass nukes, or even before that, Astrea, he just had a really hard time gaining map control, and he could not deny the bases of Clem. He could not deny the fringe expansion, so Clem, he was able to keep up, if not exceed, the economy of Astrea. With said economy, was able to invest into just mass nuke. He was making 4 nukes at a time, to have non-stop nukes just zone Astrea away, time and time again. Astrea just could not push, he could not engage, as there was always a nuke there to stop him. And with that, GG, well played. With that, Clem does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Astrea can bounce back and force the ace match. Now, my big concern here is... No, actually, I was going to say that Tokamak is probably the best map for late game, but I do think that there are some maybe better maps to try to go into. I should say just different maps, which do cut the map in half in a different way, which you could argue are a little bit easier to keep up with these rotations. So we'll see if Astrea can have more success as we load into late lines. Let's go. Let us go. When is the next Tuna Cup, by the way? The Sparkling Tuna Cup is a weekly. It's a weekly tournament, so every single week we do have the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We had one, of course, last night, and that means we'll have another one next week. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Astrea. And the spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. Ooh, here we go. But again, Clem able to just be so aggressive, so assertive in that last game, able to bully Astrea back, able to take any kind of map control away from him, and able to expand, take and establish those bases, and then of course bully Astrea with the non-stop nukes. Ay. And again, it wasn't that nukes were getting big connections or anything like that. It was just, again, zoning. It was just zoning Astrea away, ensuring that Astrea could not actually push into the bases. He could not push into any of the French expansions. At almost no point towards the second half of that game was he really threatening any CCs of Clem. So Clem's economy was untouched. And he was just applying non-stop pressure to the French bases of Astrea. So really impressive display there from Clem. Meanwhile, double gas. Ooh, double gas opener out of Clem. So after indulging in the late game of TVP and indulging in the late game of Astrea, now we're opening up with double gas, faster factory, a much more aggressive start here from Clem. Much more aggressive. From here, we can go into a faster tech lab, into a faster starport, into something more committed early on. Of course, we'll still expand, but we'll see if he does go for the tech lab into add-on swap or not. Does he open up tank, cyclone? Does he open up mine drop into Banshee? Our eyes are on Clem. Unless Home Story clashes. Yes. I will say that if Home Story Cup clashes with Sparkling Tuning Cup next weekend, then we might skip Sparkling Tuning Cup. Might be postponed. So it does depend on Home Story Cup. We can only cast one. We only cast one. As it does recall. Does recall back home. Clem does save his CC. Behind this, opening up with the mine drop. So it's going to be Reaper Hellion into Mine Drop, then into Delay Tech Labs. It's moving out, and we'll see if Astrea can keep up. Reaper Hellion is designed to get economic damage, is designed to get into mineral lines, is designed to get into those probe lines. Looking for a way in. Reaper does pull away, trades 1-to-1, takes down the depth. Warrior pulls back. Here comes that mine drop, followed by the tech lab. Ooh, there's a nice catch from Astrea. Takes down the Reaper. Zones away the Hellion. Overall, the Reaper Hellion did not get enough damage done. Stalkers move out to intercept. And he will find the medevac. Nicely done. Does find the medevac, boosting it towards the bases. Astrea racing over. Does race over towards the main. Hellion goes down. Where are the warp ins? And not quite in time. Oh, yeah, mine shots are going to be going off. Whew, does pull away in time. Clutch save. We'll lose one Stalker, and that is worth it here for Clem. Takes down a Stalker, takes down one probe, escapes with a Winter Mine. So nice trades. Nice trades out of our Terran player. Does pull away. It's building up. Safety bunker, tank production underway as well. There was no add-on swap to go for the tech up on the starport, so just getting into tanks, getting to a standard follow-up. Okay. No break, but I'm exhausted. Nah. No brakes on this train. We just said that we keep going. Keep going. Storm here. Storm is on the way. So faster Storm out of Astrea. He did decide to delay his third base in favor of extra gases in favor of the Temple Archives. So much more defensive opener here by Astrea. Safer play out of our Protoss. See Clem being active, does move out. Behind this is getting a third CC, so Clem, he's not all in. He's not all in, but he is still pushing nonetheless. Storm is ready. Nice Storm. Oh my god. And just like that, Clem, his push, I mean, is running out of steam. Yeah, he has to get out. He has to get out here. He has to pull away. Cannot push in. Pulls back, does siege up. Observers on top of the army. And Astrea holds. Does hold on. Now winding it back, once again, Astrea, his win condition here, or his goal, and where he thrives, is to slow the game down. Slow the game down, get into a longer late game. We'll see if we can get his fourth base. Liberator has arrived. Being a bit of an annoyance. We'll delay mining. Oh! Will delay, gets a couple of probe kills. 4 probe kills, not bad. 5 probes. Probes will go down. Clem now backs off, takes his third. And we're settling in. We're settling in. Third base on the way for Clem. Fourth base on the way for Astrea. Astrea now working towards Colossus. Base on the way. Forge for 1-1 upgrades. Getting to Colossus production. It's going to be up to Astrea to secure his side of the map. And to contain the Terran. Now, when it comes to ley lines, if you recall, I spoke about how I was even catching myself. I was about to say that Tokamak is maybe the best map for late game. Ley lines has its own strengths and weaknesses as well when it comes to cutting the map in half. I will say that if Astrea were to gain map control here, it would be easier to abuse some of these expansions. I'm referring to about this center base, the center expansion, referring to the center base on the right-hand side as well, as it is exposed to the center of the map. Like Tempest, they can have a better... They can do a better job here at trying to threaten and punish on these expansions. More so than on Tokamak. The bases are safer on Tokamak. Which is why, as we were trying to emphasize, Clem, his bases were never touched. Right? His bases were never touched on Tokamak. He was left alone. I would say it would be easier here for Astrea to rotate and to try to punish those mineral lines and to break some of these fringe bases. More so than Tokamak. If we end up in that kind of game state. 4 CC. 4 CCs on the way. So we are looking to max out. Second row before Astrea. Astrea's looking for a way in. Again, still just containing. There's no reason for Astrea to push into this. Like this, that'd be the wrong thing to do, to try to break into this kind of minefield and siege line. Astrea just has to play it slow, calm down, wait for Clem to move out. Speaking of, he does spot this rotation. Oh, going for feedbacks. Interesting. Oh, the Prism is going to go down. Yeah, that was not worth it. Not worth it for Astrea. Ay, ay, ay. Losing 2 High Templar. Clem breaks out. Astrea trying to keep up. Does have 1 Storm on the high ground. So run right towards the third base. Astrea, can he defend against this army though? That's a lot of fire. Storm of the Marines. Does just tank the storms, keeps pushing in. And it will siege. It does siege in time, does set up. At the same time, as they do the mineral lines, SCV is going to be going down. Gets 8 SCVs. And trying to force some friendly fire. That's a lot of Widow Mines. Oh my god. You have brutal connections. Tablet gets targeted. No more storms. Oh, never mind. Storms coming in. Storms are left over, and Astrea holds. Whew. Astrea, he holds on. He gets 9 SCVs across the map. He defends, he attacks. He does punish. Even catching more ghosts. And Astrea, not looking too bad. It takes the better fight, but can he deny the 4th? Oh, it's a greedy base here from Clem. Takes the 4th base. Again, the pressure's on Astrea to try to punish. Astrea, he's on 81 probes. He has a booming economy, but his army's lacking. Oh, the army is lacking. He needs more time. Building up more Colossus. The Viking count is quite low here for Clem. He's only got 3 Vikings. Only 3. So Colossus can excel. Can excel here. And we get spotted. Saves you to move back. We'll see where Astrea heads. He's maxed out. Astrea is maxed. Nice swipes. Once again, there's still only 3 Vikings. Like, the lack of Vikings here is concerning. Clem is making 4 Vikings at a time. He needs them desperately. There's 5 Colossus. Jesus. 5 Colossus here for Astrea. But he has to make use of this army. Once the Viking count gets too high, then Colossus, they run out of usefulness. They're less viable. Astrea moving in. Denies mining. CMP. Astrea pulling away. This would be the time to throw down at Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. Like, this would be it. As Astrea, he has a bank. And he's maxed. So Tempest would be ideal in this position. This is what, at the 13:30 mark? I would say 13 minutes. Kind of missing that opportunity. Speaking of missing it, Clem is now taking him into Liberators. Like, Clem is teching. And Astrea, where's that Stargate? Where's that Fleet Beacon? We're now at 14 minutes. Vikings tracking around. 12 Vikings. Clem dropping across the map. Astrea out of position. And now he starts. So we were waiting for it at 13 minutes here. At like 14:30, Stargate gets thrown down. So it is late, but it's at least on the way. Nice storms. Nice storms. Better engage here for Astrea. Does that trade Clem? As Astrea rotates, and we spoke about it. We spoke about this, how this base, or there are certain bases on this map which are more exposed, like the low ground expansion and like this center base as well. Unlike on Tokamak, so mining is denied. Oh, still has to respect the Vikings. Stargate's done. Where's the Fleet Beacon? Colossus gets 1 shot. Jesus. Nice EMP. EMP goes off. Here comes the Fleet Beacon. Again, all this tech, all this production is late here for Astrea, but it's on the way. It's getting there. Well, he's getting there. So 4 Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. As the game is going to slow down, we're building up, we're getting there. Once again, okay, time to lock in. Time to lock in, baby. We're 16 minutes in, we're going to be here for at least another 15. As Clem, he's gotten to the point where now he has a substantial Viking army. He's got 20? 14. 14 Vikings. A little bit of range on the way, mass CCs being thrown down. Now Clem, he does want to work towards that mass nuke setup, and there it is, second Ghost Academy. So he's working towards those nukes. Clem is getting there. Now from the side of Astrea, something that he has to work on, which is difficult, which can get him killed as well, is he has to just bleed off some units. He has to bleed off a couple units here and there. For what? For the Skytoss, for the Tempest production, right? Like right now he's maxed. Astrea's maxed. He has no room for Tempest. Or he had no room. There we go. One Colossus goes down. Please, that's the My Templar. He's also missing a second Cybercore. There you go, Tempest on the way. Tempest are on the way. Astrea, he's happy to lose these Colossus. Ideally, he wants to be trading out Zealots as well for Zealot run-bys. Here, for example, there's no planetary. This base is quite vulnerable. Center base has a planetary, so does bottom right. So this central area here is vulnerable to Zealot run-bys and counterattacks. Nuke production has begun. There we go, 2 more Ghost Academies. They're getting up to 4 academies to make 4 nukes at a time. Clemmy's almost there. Astrea, now he's got the second Cybercore, but again, it's all a little bit late here. So late, second Cybercore, later upgrades. Oh, drop getting caught out completely. Very nice catch, getting 1, 2, or 3 Metamax. Astrea, calm down. Takes down the Doom Drop. From here, can go for the counterattack. As we mentioned, there's no planetary. Oh, but there is SimCity and there is an army. Clem, he will hold. Clem will defend. Here comes the first nuke. The first of many. Ooh, and can Astrea? No, he can't. I was going to say, can he try to get on top of the ghost? He cannot. Nuke will pop up. You see here the layered nukes as he's slowly basically leapfrogging forward with nukes. Astrea, he once again cannot get close to that ghost. Has to back up, has to pull away. And just like that, Clem gets access to the base. Then he gains access to the expansion. Astrea looks like he won't be able to save it. Base goes down, massive pickup. And you can see the strength of nukes there. Like, it's not about the nukes connecting, it's about the nukes zoning. Brings him into the main. No warpins. No warpins, no free supply. It's about zoning back the army and then allowing the rest of the forces to push in. It goes down, Astrea taking one of Clem's bases. So I'll say do somewhat get into the mineral line. How many Tempests do we have? 2? 0. Ugh. I'm going up. Gets 9 SCVs. Here we go, now we have 4 Tempests on the way, but again, the Tempest production is late here for Astrea. Bleeding out too much, he might have to recall. And recall is available. And now just relying on the Gateway Army. Sell some Stalkers. I will say that this game has been better for Astrea than last game, but it's taking him longer to kind of get into or refine his army. It's taking a little bit longer. Nice storms. Storms connecting. Astrea comes in from behind. Here comes another storm. Very nice. Astrea collapsing on Clem. You get in the center. Zealots, they... can they get on some of the ghosts? They can, but the nuke does connect. Reestablishing this area. Retakes the Nexus. The Nexus did go down towards the top side. But still better trades here for Astrea. Another nuke from the high ground. But now we have some Tempest. Just catching a ghost. Astrea has a massive bank, kind of, but what I will say, the bank is bigger on this map than it was on Tokamak. Like that's what's important here. Like he is in a better economic position. The bank, really what matters here is the gas bank, more so than minerals. Takes out the ghost. My concern is the main army for Astrea, where he's not quite where he needs to be. He's definitely getting called out. Nuke in the center. Astrea being sent away. And you can see here how momentum has shifted. Now that we have proper map control, now that Clem has built up his army, now that he has ghosts, now that he has nukes, takes one of Astrea's bases. Does take the expansion. Also, he denied the northern base as well. Bear that in mind. It's all about these two fringe areas. The two bases. Ooh, Astrea does deny the center base though. Let's go. Denies it, takes down the planetary. Nice snipe. Takes down the planetary. It's a lot of scans. He's like, can I cause Astrea's frames to drop? True. Just spam the scans. Clem rotates over. Working through the cannons. Tempest, they deny the base. Let's go. Ooh, force they compliance. Vikings, they go hand. They get 1, 2, 3, 4. Tempest Scout's going to be reset. Yeah, not the fight to take here. Astrea, he gets caught out completely. And he will lose every single Tempest. Yeah, the Tempest, the Mothership, the Colossus as well. I say that. 2 Tempests to survive. I spoke too soon. 1 Tempest survives. And behind this, I believe, did go for a massive gateway warp in. Yeah. Warped in Stalkers, warped in Zealots. Switching to mass carrier instead. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm not entirely convinced by the carrier transition, but we're going for it. So this is a better fight here from Clem. Reset the Tempest at the same time as Astrea taking another base. And again, he does remax on a gateway composition. Takes down one of the orbitals. Storm zones. Astrea, he should take down that northern CC as well. Diving on the ghost. Let's go. Does dive in. Storms are coming in as well. Mainly zoning. No major connection. But he will deny the expansion. Let's go. Whew, okay, and again, as we're trying to emphasize from the last game, if you recall in the last game, Clem and Astrea's banks were comparable to each other and they were even on bases. Here, Clem is being denied bases. Like, bases are going down, DTs, they rush in, they take down the southern planetary. So Clem will lose the southern base and he's being denied the northern base as well. And no mining in the center. So again, that's a big difference between Tokamak and ley lines, is how exposed these bases are. The northern base, the center base, the southern base as well. They're just much more exposed. And Astrea, he punishes. And does a great job punishing here. Ensuring that Clem doesn't get a bank, or his bank just is not as large. Not as large as it was last time, or last game. Vikings rallying in. Again, I'm still not convinced by these carriers, I'll be honest. Like, they're going to be less efficient than the Tempest. As Astrea's going to be bullied back. But he's making more carrier, sure. I mean, he's ahead. So he can afford to make, like, an inefficient army. Like, it's fine, I guess. It's a little bit concerning. Golden base goes down. Looks like we're base trading. Okay, we're just going for the base trade. Losing a Nexus for an Orbital. I'll take down the base. Mike is moving in. Astrea, he needs more. Pushing forward. Mike kind of is massing. He does need that ground support though. As he will take down the planetary. We'll lose one of the carriers. Down to 6. 6 carriers left. The rest of the army does respond, does rotate. But again, Clem is out of money. Clem is broke. Takes on another carrier. And even if all these carriers die, like Astrea, he can just rebuild. He can just remax. He can afford it as he's losing all the carriers. It's fine, Fabi, it's fine. Nice flanking storms. Yeah, storms, they come into flank. We got another storm coming in. Oh, never mind. Nice EMP. As another storm arrives. There we go. Storm does connect. The carriers are all going down, but the ground army does crumble. And with that, Astrea, he takes the fight. And from here, we'll tie things up. We're going to the ace as we're going to game 3. And what I'm most curious by about game 3 is the map itself. Like, the map has been a major part, a major factor here in both game 1 and game 2. So I'm really curious to see what game 3 does entail. Where are we dropping? As Clem, he's down to 100 minerals, he's down to a handful of SCVs, he's milling his heart out, of course. But Astrea, he's remaxing with a gateway composition, more stalkers, he's done with carriers. Again, like, I feel like if he had just gotten back into Tempest, he would have had a much stronger, he might have just ended the game. Instead of going into carrier the way that he did. But it's fine, it's fine. As we mentioned, like, he can afford to lose an army. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Takes on the Colossus. Use a flank or something. If you're referring to the Terran, like, again, all of this, it just came down to the economy. It was just a battle of economies, a battle of bases. That's what this came down to. And again, oh, hopefully everything's okay. Okay, Ping did spike for a moment there. But as we mentioned, just time and time again, the center base was denied, the southern base was denied, the northern base as well. Like, Clem is just denied bases, denied mining, has no bank, has no money. Does recall over. He just muled, no! He just happened to mule. The mules go down. Then he will save the CC at least. He'll save the expansion. And again, Astrea, he's throwing away a lot of units here. Yeah, he's only down to 3 Tempest. But he does have 10 Knight Templar. Astrea, Clem, he has no economy, he has no money. I believe he has 0 income. He's just there we go. We have a couple of Marines, a couple of SCs mining. A little bit of income there with the minerals. But otherwise, nothing with the 3rd. He's got 1 SCV mining at the natural. There is no backup 4th. Goes down. Snipes the Colossus. Astrea does take a fight towards the south side as well. Again, Clem, he's still fighting his heart out despite not really having much opportunity here to build up an army. He's trading as efficiently as possible, and he's out trading Astrea 100%. Like, he has been out trading, but there's only so much he can do with this army. Only so much. And CCs are going down, catching up more bases. Yo, where the High Templar? Oh, they I was like, there's 10 High Templar. I haven't seen one in a while. Never sent back. There we go. Storm's coming in. Mainly zoning. Better storm towards the end. Better second storm. Let's catch you on both of those medevacs. Storm turning back. Like, if game 3 is on Ultra Love, like, yo, I'm gonna be favoring Astrea. If it's if it's Ultra Love, but we'll see. Hope we don't load into like Pylon or something like that instead. I would be excited about Maganatha. I haven't seen the style yet on Maganatha. I'm curious to see how it plays out. I think it would favor Clem though. For now. Clem, he's got 3 SCVs. Let's go! He's got 3 SCVs. These are the only SCVs left here for Clem. These 3 workers. They're putting in the work. Astrea now taking some of Clem's bases. Setting up in the face of Clem. Let's go. And Clem is racing all. Oh, there's a DT in the main. There's a Dark Templar in the main. Oh no. How many kills does he have? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This one DT will eventually kill everything. Eventually. As I think Clem, I think he has left the room. I think he just stepped out of his chair. It's like, man, that's crazy. This guy's better than MaxPax. Yeah. Hi. And here we go. Now it's going to be on Astrea to kill all the buildings. Now, thankfully, because Clem left the room, he's not lifting up his buildings and like floating to the corners. So eventually, Astrea will kill everything. But like Clem, he's gone. Like he's like I wasn't joking when I said, "Oh no, okay, he's back." Oh wait, no, that was just a yeah. Never mind. It was just aggro. So yeah, unironically, like Clem has left the room. Like he's left the building. Like these units are only aggroing because the army's getting closer. Like he's like he is not here. And there, oh, he came back. He came back to GG and Astrea. He will tab the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Oh, GG. GG will play it again. Astrea showcasing once again his late game TVP, or PVT I should say. Again, from what we've seen over the past couple of weeks here, I think I would say that Astrea probably has like the best late game PVT in the world. I think I would go that far. And hey, even takes down Clem here, Clem being the best Terran player in the world. But as we mentioned, if you missed out on game 1, a big part of this was the map as well. The map did play a big role in regards to how this game played out. We called it at the start of the game, if you remember, how specifically on ley lines, the bases are more exposed than on other maps. And oh, we're here! If you remember, towards the end of the game, I was talking about Ultra Love. I was like, yo, if we load into Ultra Love for game 3, like, I favor Astrea. What map we loading into? Ultra Love. Okay. Now, What I will say is that the bases are more exposed on ley lines than on Ultra Love, true. But Ultra Love is another one of these maps that you can cut it in half. And I will say that even though the bases are more secure in Ultra Love, I do think you can do a better job at containing your opponent onto a lower base count on this map. That I will say. So we'll see if Astrea can pull that off. We'll see if he can successfully contain Clem and maintain a higher base count. A reason for this and a reason why that is the case is because specifically on Ultra Love there are a lot more choke points. There are a lot of choke points and a lot of narrow ramps as well. So because of that, you can actually take advantage of that. You can be in position and you can just stop the Terran from advancing. Of course, with Clem's mass nuke style, he could try to break out. I do think that again, Clem has been looking better than all the other Terrans so far against Astrea when it comes to the late game, and by going into those mass nukes, there is going to be the opportunity here for him to break out and for him to try to expand. So we'll see. We shall see. Think he smashed his skin? No. No, not at all. But now we're getting to our next game. Getting into game number 3. Here we go. Okay, so our players are asking for a moment, which is understandable. The players are asking for a moment here. Oh god. So I think we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. Oh no, Clem. He's yeah. Clem, he definitely has some words. He has some words. But again, what I will say is that Clem, he did look the strongest so far out of all the other Terrans in regards to facing off against Astrea, which makes sense. You know, I mean, he's the best player in the world. So he did have a stronger showing here, and again, we saw a lot of that on Tokamak. Ultra Love is going to be a very interesting one though, and we'll get into like the features of the map, I guess, when we load into the game. We'll get into it. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. And we'll see you soon after the break with game number 3. See you soon for the conclusion of this series. And here we go. We are now going. And welcome back to the Ace match, game 3 of this semi-final series here between Clem and Astrea. And we're jumping into game number 3, jumping into the Ace match, and spawning in the one-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but showcasing and showing off his late game PvT. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Whew. Here we go. So we can calm down and we can embrace ultra low. Let's go. Now, once again, in regards to this map here, we were talking about certain features, certain aspects. The biggest one, of course, are the choke points. We do have a narrow choke point ramp coming in here towards the center. We have these bridges, of course, as well. We have more ramps, more choke points here on the right hand side as well. And as a result, you can have a much stronger. You do have a much stronger chance. You have a much stronger capability here to contain the Terran, to contain the opponents on 3-on-4 bases. Make it difficult for them to take a 5th base and take a 6th base as well. This is where Astrea ideally wants to end up. He wants to try to eventually fight and gain map control and make it difficult for them to expand and slow him down, build up a greater bank, and head into that ultra late game with that Tempest army, Tempest composition. We saw Astrea struggle with this style on Tokamak, but a big reason for that, as we mentioned at the time, is that the bases on Tokamak are much more secure. So we saw that Astrea, he wasn't able to actually punish or slow down Clem. He wasn't able to stop the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th base. The bases were getting up and running, and Astrea couldn't do anything about it. We saw the polar opposite on ley lines, where on ley lines specifically, there are like 3 or 4 bases which are more exposed to the center of the map, which allowed Astrea with more ranged units like Tempest and Colossus to punish. And we saw that he was able to just punish, able to just knock down base after base of Clem and stop him from building up his own bank. Here, it's a little bit different, where the bases aren't exposed like on ley lines, but because of the terrain, you can slow down the expansions of your opponent. So it's a very different kind of avenue. Before I get ahead of myself though, Twilight Council here from Astrea, so going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Most likely 3-gate Blink. Meanwhile, we do have a Racked Expand economic opener out of Clem. So going for the economic start. Here we go. Focus on the bases top left and bottom right hand corner. Who can mine those will win the end game. No, it's less about that and more, as we mentioned, it's about slowing down the 4th, the 5th base, and while you contain your opponent, that's where you can take over those bases. You can't just rush into these expansions. The goal is to gain map control first. To gain map control, to contain, to slow down your opponents. Then maybe I should have made that clear. The purpose of gaining map control, the purpose of containing your opponent and slowing down their bases, is so you can take your own. So you can take your own, of course, and snowball out control economically. That was implied, but yeah, that's the purpose there. As Astrea does take his 3rd. Behind this, going for its own Robo. This is a faster 3rd base for Astrea. 2-gate Blink. Oh, 2-gate Blink out of Astrea. This is a rare build. Okay, so a very greedy start here from our Protoss player. I say greedy, a year ago this was standard, but as we've pointed out in regards to the meta of TVP and how it has been shifting quite heavily over time, we have seen this be less and less common just because of the rise in popularity of 2-base all-ins. Of course, against a Rax Expand, it was safe to do so. So Astrea does open up economically. Mine drop here towards the main. Going for the double mine drop. Does go for the double mine. Puerto Rico back home. Wouldn't mind does borrow. Ooh, takes that one. Whew, just in time. Takes on the first mine. And the second one does borrow here at the natural. Boys pulled once again. And oh god! No! Oh my god, very chaotic defense. 4 probes do go down. Yes, Stray, he was just 1 second too late to pull the voids, 1 second too late to focus it down. 6 probes do fall. And I would say a successful mine drop here from Clem. Very successful, and again, Astrea just being too greedy. He had the time to pull away and to avoid, but he did choose to stack to focus down the Widow Mine. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end. Did not kill it in time. Did make that choice. Did make that choice. With that behind this, getting to his 3rd base, working towards a charge. Base on the way. Building up towards Colossus. And again, that move for Astrea was worth it in the main, just less so here at the natural. As Clem is going for his third CC, so he's not going to base all in. Okay, so once again we have confirmation. I mean, the opener also just kind of lends towards a more, a longer game and towards the mid game with that third CC. Astrea, he is unaware. He's currently unaware. Once he can confirm this, he can expand and get a 4. As Clem, he does sneak out. Drop on the right hand side. Gets 3 probes at the natural. There we go, does confirm the third CC. And Clem is being very active here, so he's got 1 drop on the right, he's got a double drop towards the left. Astrea upon seeing, oh yeah, he does get supply blocked. I was going to say Astrea upon seeing the CC, he should be prompted to expand. And he does catch a medevac, not bad. Yeah, full medevac goes down, very nice catch. Avoids the mines. And Clem is being shut down. The drop is denied. Astrea, he's aware of the drop on the right hand side as well. You can see he's in position. He's ready. Clem trying to be active. He's spotted by the observer. Clem does move out. There's not much at home to defend, but we do have a warp in. Astrea keeping up, does focus on one of the Widow Mines. He can't quite find a way in. Trying to. Still rallying across the map. Trying to push forward. Actually going in between the bases. Nice minefield setup here. Widow Mine here on the Stalkers. Brutal connection. Takes out a sentry. Dives into the mineral line. And Astrea out of position. Mineral line goes down, 16 pro kills, brutal losses here for Astrea, and he has to catch this army, but he just cannot. Clem pulls out. Clem, he pulls out, pulls away. Yeah, brutal loss here for Astrea. Again, he was just having a hard time keeping up with the movement of Clem. And with that, Clem takes a massive lead. From here, Clem, he can push out on 3 bases. He doesn't need a 4th. And GG. GG gets called. Too many losses there. And Clem, he will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, the game-winning move there was, even though Astrea was keeping up with the army initially, Clem, he rotated through the center, pushed towards the 3rd base, and got a full mineral line. And that's just game-winning damage. That's critical damage there. Alas, Astrea could not afford that loss. GG. GG, well played with that. Clem, he will advance on to the grand finals, and now Clem, he can rest easy, Pap. He can rest easy. But a shout out to Astrea. Again, based on what we've seen so far, I think I would say with more confidence that I do think that Astrea probably has the best late game PvT in the world, like better than Classic, better than MaxPax, better than Hero. It's been impressive play there by Astrea, but again, it's all about getting there as well. It's about getting there. It's also about the maps, not gonna lie. Maps, they also do play a big part in that as well. So GG, well played. With that, Clem does shut Astrea down, and with that, we are heading over to the Korean server. And who do we have next? Let's find out. Oh, we have a ZVP. Okay, so Solo took down Classic, took down Skills, of course, as we did cover that. Classic took down Purcell, went all the way to the Ace match, and up next we have a best of 3 between Solar and Classic. Let's go. Here we go. As we are setting up to determine who will face off against Clem in those finals. Whew, let's go. Let us go as we're heading over to the Korean server, making sure that everything's as it should be. When it came to that last game as well, talking about Ultra Love, I mean, we didn't get to mention it here tonight. We try to bring it up, but Ultra Love is typically a map of extremes. Just because the Russian spike ground is quite short, you can try to break your opponents early on. Once you get up to 4 bases, though, then that's when you can just hunker down and force a longer and later game and cut the map in half. As Clem, he was able to catch Astrea out of position. GG. GG, well played. And with that, vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump into our next series. We'll soon jump into Classic and Solar For now, we're going to be going on a very short break. It shouldn't be too long. Short break here. When we come back, we'll have our next best of 3. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower semifinals of the WardiTV Monday, number 41. We had a very long, very intense upper semis, and now we're here to indulge in the lower semifinals in our PvZ to determine who will face off against Clem in the grand finals. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, here of Incorporeal, we have our South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Green Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3 ZVP. Here we go. Again, we do have our standard opener so far. Coming into this, of course, it was like 2 hours ago at this point. But Solar, we showcased him against Skillus earlier, and Solar was hyper aggressive. We saw a lot of all-ins. We saw a lot of timing attacks out of Solar, designed to break Skillus. And that's what we expect coming into his series against Classic as well. Classic, he has his own unique style. He's, I guess, in a way, similar to Astrea. Unlike most of the other Protoss players out there, Classic, he is willing to go in and rush into Skytoss in the mid game. If he's able to see an opening where there's like a lull in a kind of intense dynamic, if he's able to get a stir base up and running uncontested, work towards a 4th base, then bam, he'll throw it in a fleet beacon, the Stargate, and work towards Skytoss. He's willing to do this against Terran and against Zerg alike. And you could argue the Classic has some of the best late game PvZ in the world. We saw that against Cyril at DreamHack Dallas, of course. And again, it's just a style that he has been known for a couple of years in PvZ and in PvT as well. Like it's what he does. So this could be a long one. I say this could be a long one just because I expect Classic to try to play for the late game, and I expect Solo to try to kill him early. Like I expect that dynamic. Solar, he's very fond of all-ins in this matchup. And we'll see if that trend continues. Classic is a wild card. Kind of. I mean, I would say that Hero is more chaotic. Hero is more of a chaotic player. Classic is more of a standard player. Comparing the two of them, I should say. But here we go. So far against Stargates into Oracle into a third base. We expect a standard opener here out of Classic. Does it into the middle line, gets one drone. Gets one so far, not bad. Here pulls away. Now when it comes to the aggressive builds and when it comes to the all-ins that we've seen from Solar, it's all been off of 3 bases. It's typically been off of a 3-base economy, 3-base setup. That's what we're looking for. As a Classic does poke in. Here threatens a shade. Classic takes a third. And he doesn't find any damage yet, making his way towards the mineral line. Shading into the natural. At the same time, Solar does hit the third, but it's only 3 Zerglings. And none to really threaten. And Classic, he backs off. Does retreat. And is going into a much faster Twilight Council. Okay, now, we did see a lot of early Twilight Council into Blink from the side of Skilless earlier. Here, Forge. Forge on the way. Are we going into Blink or are we going to Charge? Curious. Our eyes here are going to be on Classic. I think it's just going to be Blink and +1. But Charge is still viable. Oracle's dead damage to the natural. Not bad at 1, 2, 3, 4 drone kills. Not bad at all. 4 workers go down. Yep, Blink is on the way. Blink into +1. Standard follow-up. Throws down extra gateways. So again, nothing crazy here out of the Classic. Meanwhile, ooh, Solar. Geez, did I see? No Roach Warren yet, no Evo Chamber yet. He does go Lair first. This looks like Lair potentially into Evo Chamber. Yep, into Evo Chamber. Because this chamber is so delayed, this looks more like +1 melee. Sorry, +1 range, not +1 melee. Melee is typically researched earlier for Ling Hydra. If we are rushing into range, then this can head into a Hydra-based all-in, or we could go into a 4th base and go into Hydra, then rush into Lurker. Assuming this is range. So assuming that range is going to be the upgrade. Meanwhile, Classic going and opening up Blink into Storm, not into Colossus. And yeah, range on the way. So as we mentioned, like if it was an early Eva Chamber, then it would scream melee. But because it's later, it screams range. So this is a safety Roach Horn, and we're expecting prioritization of Hydras. And then Solar has to make a choice. Either he goes for a 3-base Hydra all-in, or he takes up, gets a 4th base, drones the 4th, and works towards Lurkers. So both are still viable options here from Solar. Again, the Roach one is just for safety. Like, we have no intention of actually making any Roaches. But now Solar does drone up his 3rd. Still waiting to see what his 4th looks like. Oracles are poking in. Now, if we do see Solar throw down the Infestation Pit, that tells us, of course, he's taking towards Lurkers. If Classic sees the pit, then he's going to need Sky Toss. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We're droning up to 71. And we are, okay, we're squeezing out a couple of drones. Squeezing out a couple of workers. Hydras are amassing. Overlord speed is on the way. We're expecting Infestation Pit. Link's going to be zoned back. Hydra's still building up. That's going to be a lot of Hydras here for Solar. It's cutting workers. 3.5 bases. He's choosing not to saturate his 4th. Taking gases. Does take a gas geyser. Do we start droning? Before then, Classic is being active. Storm is done. He's getting a 4th base himself. Classic also building up. Solar still, he did take a gas, he's not droning. Yeah, he's not droning. Not droning up, so just purely Hydra. So Solar, he's going for an all-in. He's going for a 3-base all-in, or technically a 3.5 base all-in, purely Hydra, all off of Lair Tech. Coming in for the surround. Does come in. Nice storm here on the Hydras. Lings that collapsed in, and do we have a storm? No more storms. And Stalkers are going down. More reinforcements on the way. It's still quite close here. But I believe Solar should have enough. Yeah, he should have enough. Yeah, Classic caught out in the open. Remember, Solar, he's all in. Collapses on the army. He wanted to take a fight. And Classic, he'll caught with his pants down. If Solar was teching, different story. But we just send it. We just send it. And again, these Hydra all-ins are just what Solar's very fond of. That's why we brought it up at the start of the game. Now backing off, going for a massive Dune drop. And Solar commits. From here, he's going to be committing. Now, Classic, he did lose his army, which means that this follow-up defense is going to be more difficult for Classic. But he's not out of this. If he can survive, if he can hold and make it into Sky Toss, as we're seeing here, Stargate into Fleet Beacon, then Classic can snowball out of control. Because again, Solar's not taking. He's not taking, he's not droning. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Solar. Solar, he has to end the game with this. Because here comes Sky Toss. I did mention how Classic, like, as soon as he sees that, like, we're getting into a longer game, like, he's one to rush into Sky Toss. Can he get there? Different question. Here comes that Dune Drop. Dune Drop into the main. And just nice concave. Drop comes in, nothing in position. Instead, charges in the main base of Solar. There's a recall by Clem. Does recall. Storms are ready. Yeah, storms are ready, and this is not getting enough damage done here. Storm on the Hydras. Dropping back over towards the 4th. Zealous are at least distracting, but the Prism goes down. Tempest now in production. Tempest are on the way. Takes down almost said Medevac. Drop-a-Lord. Takes down the Drop-a-Lord. And this is looking a little bit worse here for Solar. As we mentioned, like, again, Solar, no Hive, no Lurkers, no Gases, no Drones. Like, he's been all in for the past, like, almost 5 minutes at this point. He has to end the game here and now. Brutal Storms. Rotates over. Army's a little bit out of position. Storms are decent. High Templar being charged down. Another decent storm. Running out of Hydras. And Classic holds. Yeah, Classic, he does hold. May have lost the first fight, but he shuts down these Hydras. And again, Solar, he has no endgame here. He has no endgame. He has no follow-up. GG gets called. The all-in fails at Classic. He will take the game. He will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Classic does take a lead against Solar. His all-in, unfortunately, took a little bit too long to really get going. I want to say I favored Solar initially because he caught out the main army, right? He got a surround, he cleaned up the main army of Classic, which was a great start. But unfortunately, the Doom Drop wasn't worth it. The Doom Drop didn't get anything. He killed a gateway. He killed one gateway, and all that the Doom Drop really did was, one, throw away a bunch of supply, but also it delayed the main push towards the 3rd. So it was a big risk. It was a big chance there for Solar. Wasn't worth it in the end. Shout out to Classic for going for the counter Prism Harass to delay the move out, to delay reinforcements. That was keeping Solar busy. As we tried to emphasize, the longer the game went on, the better it was for Classic, just because Solar was completely all in. Was completely all in, had no other kind of way out of that. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. I'm going to be loading into Persephone. And this is kind of like the dynamic that we expect here, is for Solar to go for these all-ins, and for Classic to either scout and shut it down, or get caught off guard. Persephone is going to be an interesting one. Persephone does have a short rush distance by air, so technically Muta play is viable here. So we could see Solar try to go Muta on Persephone, but it's always risky. It's always a big risk trying to go into Muta play. We'll see. But now spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Solar does move out to expand. Now we're setting up. Nothing crazy in the early game. No crazy like Forge, no crazy gas first or pool first. Just hatch gas pool here out of our Zerg player. Likewise, gate expand out of Classic. Now again, when it comes to Persephone, it's, I want to say, kind of similar to Ultra in the sense that it's a map of extremes. We have seen a lot of all-ins on Persephone to break a player early on just because of the rush distance by ground and the direct rush distance as well. At the same time though, because of the base layouts, because the bases are so close to each other initially, expanding, establishing yourself on 3-4 bases, and more importantly, cutting the map in half is a lot more common here. So we actually have seen quite a little late game on Persephone, where you just cut the map in half, you take the gold base, and you slow the game down. In saying that though, Solar is really one to do that. I should also emphasize why we assumed that Solar would go for an all-in at the start of the game, at the start of game 1, is because he is not very fond of late game ZVP. It's something that he's not fond of. He's been very vocal about it as well. So all-ins are more expected. I mean, there are very few that enjoy late game ZVP. Or just late game versus Protoss in general. I mean, hey, look at Clem last series, right? I mean, true. Clem knows, baby. Clem knows. Maybe Solar and Clem, they can bond together about it. Maybe they... Aye. This map has 95% win rate for Solar according to the last 7 matches. Yes, if you've been watching the matches, the reason why we brought up Muta play is because Solar, he has gone into Mutas quite a bit on this map, and he has gone for a lot of all-ins on this map as well. That's why those were the 2 things that we brought up. As we do our initial Stargate opener here out of Classic. Stargate to Oracle. And again, we'll keep an eye on Solar. The first big thing that we're going to be looking for here is the tech of choice. If you recall, last game he went for a faster lair. He went for a lair before anything else. We'll see if he goes lair first again, or if he goes for an earlier Evo chamber into plus on melee. It's an earlier aggressive style. We'll see if he skips his Roach Warren. We'll see if he goes into a Bailey Nest. Eyes are on Solar. As the players are building up. Lings, they do hit the 3rd base. Once again, faster Twilight Council here out of Classic. Last game, this just led into Blink, into a later Forge, to a delayed Forge instead, and delayed upgrades. So this is similar to what we saw last game. It's also just right under the Overlord. The Overlord does see the Twilight Council, and does the Overlord see the Forge? He does. Wow. Value Overlord. Sees everything. And Classic doesn't care. So this is the same follow that we saw last game out of Classic. Expand, Twilight Council, Forge. Once again, fast lair. So this is almost a repeat of what happened last game. The same build out of Classic, same build out of Solar. So it does rush into the earlier lair. Lings, they will hit the pylon. They won't quite get it. There's that Eva Chamber. So once again, just like last game, we spoke about how because the Eva Chamber is delayed here, this does mean that this most likely is going to be +1 range in towards Hydras, into a Hydra heavy style. Now, this doesn't mean that this has to be another 3 base or 3.5 base Ling Hydra all-in like we saw in the last game. Just like last time, there was the option at one point that Solar could have droned up his 4th and could have gone for an Infestation Pit and teched up into Hive. So Solar still has that option available to him. The other thing this could be, ooh, he skipped the Roach Warren, is +1 range is on the way. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that he could actually go into melee here and go for a Spire and go into Muta play. But this time he does cut some corners. There's a Hydrogen, so no Spire. So he's being a little bit more efficient here. He's cutting a little bit more corners because he does skip the Roach Warren. So preserving his resources, going straight Ling Hydra. I should also say that the rush distance by ground on this map is, again, shorter, more direct, so if he were to go for the same build and the same all-in, it should hit harder here. Should hit harder on Persephone. Storm is on the way. Unlike on Incorporeal, your third base doesn't have that high ground advantage. Here, it's on the low ground. You can also wedge yourself in between the bases a lot easier here on Persephone. Like, the area here between the 3rd, 4th, and natural is a little more accessible. And there it is, Spire. Ah, porque no los dos. So we assumed it was either going to be a Hydra all-in or Mutas. It's kind of both. So it's Hydras into Spire into Mutas. So cheeky move here by Solar. Now, if this goes unscattered, Mutas, they can just wreak havoc. They can just get out of hand and out of control real fast and real quick. We'll see if Classic can confirm. He's fanning out with the Oracles. Oracle towards the main, Oracle towards the 3rd. Ooh, based on this rally, will he see? Oh, never mind. Hydra's doing intercept. Very nice interception here by Solar. He denies the scout. He keeps his tech hidden. Meanwhile, Stasis trap into the main. Second Stargate's on the way. Robo as well. Interesting tech path here out of Classic. Setting up defensively. And Solar's droning. Okay, Solar, he's droning up. He's taking gases. Infestation is on the way, taking him into Hive. Classic, he did see the pit. He is aware. Ooh, we went. Never mind. We cancel. Oh, fake out. I like this. So basically, Solar, he fakes out Hive. He fakes out that he's going to be macroing up. As a result, bam, Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Classic working towards Sky Toss. The goal here for Solar is to break Classic before Sky Toss really kicks in. So Solar's all in. Solar's all in. Also, fun fact, made the Spire, no Mutas. 0 Mutas here. It's purely Ling Hydra. At this point, I almost wish that he maybe should have let the Spire be scattered if we were just going for a Ling Hydra all in. Nice catch on one High Templar. Storm's popping off. Does get the surround. Oh yeah, does surround. No more storms. 0 storms remaining. And Solar, he is breaking through. Yeah, collapse on the army. Gets a full surround. And Solar, he's done it. Solar, he has done it. Breaks through the bases. Again, late infestation pits. Classic, he got baited. Believed it was going to lead into a longer game. And we saw just the brutal surround here as well. Like, you see just how much more accessible Persephone is compared to Incorporeal. And with that, Solar does break through. Does break through. Takes down the expansion. Classic, yes, he does survive, but he's down to 67 workers. He's also full mineral line. That's the mineral line. Now we have Muta production. 16 Mutas on the way. And at this point, Solar can just do whatever he wants. He can either remax on Hydras and go for another push, or remax on Mass Muta. Go for that instead. Baneliness now on the way. Solar enjoying his economy. And now moving out. Let's go. Here we go. And again, we almost had a repeat of the last game, but again, just mind games out of Solar. Moves into the main. Again, there's limited anti-air, and now we have some Phoenix production, but it's too little too late. Too little too late at this point. Takes out all the workers. More reinforces towards the 3rd. Surrounds the High Templar. catching out more. Breaks the expansion. Zealous, they do get across the map and they're getting some damage done, which is nice and all, but I mean, that's just a swarm. Like, the swarm has arrived. Breaks the expansion, pushes into the natural, and we are looking to force the ace match. We're bringing it all the way to game 3. All the way back. GG gets caught, and Solar, he will tie things up. We have our ace match. GG. Yo, you think Solar's gonna macro? Nah. GG, well played. Does overwhelm, does break through. And once again, I'm most interested in what the third map is going to be. As we mentioned before, you saw just how much more accessible, how much more open Persephone is compared to Incorporeal, where we did have Lings and Hydras coming in from both angles, getting a surround on the main army at that 4th base as well. Like Classic, he just could not pull off, could not muster defense there. Was forced to storm early, forced to storm prematurely, and GG. GG, well played. Did lose everything there at the 4th. And oh, okay. Next map is going to be on Ultra Love. Interesting. Now, when it comes to Ultra Love, we have seen a lot of German taxis. We've seen a lot of German taxis out of Solar to go into Roach-based all-ins instead. But we have seen him be still quite... I mean, in general, he's just really fond of Hydra-based all-ins as well. So we'll see what he goes for this time. We don't expect to see mutas again. Like, mutas is typically something you do once in a series. Wasn't really too much of a factor in that game either. But we'll see. We'll see how Solo will approach this as we load into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. Being forced into the ace match, it is a Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And welcome on to Ultra Love. Ultra Love has a shorter rush assist by ground. Aggression is favored. That's why we have seen a lot of German taxis on Ultra Love. Likewise, does have some more defensive tendencies here. We spoke about this during the Astrea versus Clem series, where there are a lot of choke points, there are a lot of ramps, there are a lot of areas where you can make a stand and slow the game down. What I mean by that, typically, if the players get up to 4 bases, they can force the late game, and they can slow the game down and cut the map in half. If they can get there, if they can get to that, or if the Protoss, I should say, can get to that 4 base game state. Otherwise, similarly to Incorporeal, this area in between the bases is very accessible and very vulnerable. We have seen a lot of Ling Hydra all-ins or German taxis hit right here in between the 3rd, the 4th, and the natural, and kind of pick and choose where to strike depending on where the Protoss is the weakest, right? Wherever there's less shield batteries, less cannons, less of an army in position, you can just kind of strike whichever the base and break them then and there. Meanwhile, interesting expansion. So Solar Force Safety on Natural does expand towards Classic. This could be the beginning of something like a Roach all-in and something like an early push, as you can very quickly start spreading creep across the map. You can just use this as a launch pad to spread creep here towards the center and towards what would be 3rd base of your opponent. Like, again, the rush distance here from 1/3 to the other is just so short. it's just so short here on Ultra Love. Almost like 1 screen away. So we'll see how Solar makes use of this base. Assuming the Classic takes this 3rd, ideally he would expand away from this 3rd base of Solar and expand here on the right hand side instead. But we'll see. For now, Stargate open out of Classic. Does go for Stargate. In towards Oracles. Solar takes his 3rd. But now we're joining up. Joining up with saturating. The last game also kind of sets a premise as well. Remember, like, Solar, he faked that he was macroing. Like, he did fake his tech, he did fake his infestation pits. He just cancelled and just doubled down on Ling Hydra. So Classic has to be wary as to what he even sees. At least in the mid game. Targeting 1 or 2 Zerglings. More Lings are on the way. As Classic has to be careful here with these Adepts. If he leads them out, then his third base is going to be exposed. Speaking of, nice catch here from Solar. Takes down 1. Takes down 1 Adept. Oracle does hit the third, gets 1, gets 2 drones. Not bad. Lings, they do hit the third base. Likewise, they get a surround on the Adept as well. Not bad. Adept does go down. But I believe the second Oracle, yeah, does arrive in time. So from here, Classic, he does hold. Will not lose another Adept. Thankfully for Classic. Once again, early Twilight Council. This so far does look like the same build. It looks like the same build so far. Technically, I want to say that Classic has the option to go into Glaive Adepts. Like, Glaives are very much so a viable option here. There's no Forge yet. Oh, we're just going for the all-in. Okay. We're used to seeing a German taxi. We're just going for a Ling Queen walker across the map. Solar cuts workers here at 35, and he will send everything across. It's all or nothing for Solar. Lings, they do bust into the main. They do force some of the boys to be pulled. Classic's attention is being spread. As probes are going down. We spoke earlier about how the creep here was important from this base, and again, we're just spreading creep, just rallying even faster across. Third base is going to be broken, and he does force a cancel. Massive pickoff here. Yeah, again, Classic, the door was open, throwing down more shield batteries, is going into Glaives as we expected, but alas, he will not have an expansion. And now Solar drones. Now Solar, he's walking back home, he got what he wanted, now it's time to drone up. Getting punished though. He's getting punished. Bleeds out 3 drones. Now, what's important here? On the one hand, Solar isn't. Oh, he sees the Adepts. Wow, he sees the Adepts. I was gonna say Solar, he's in a better position, but he doesn't have a Roach Warren. But he just saw the Warp In. He saw the Warp In. He saw all the Adepts. That was, I want to say, a bit of a misplay there from Classic, because now we have a Roach Warren on the way. Now Solar knows. Now Solar, he's aware of the Glaives. Otherwise, this would have been a surprise. It would have been a surprise here. Solar, we'll see if he can get ready in time. We'll see if he can prepare. Classic is moving out. The Roach Warren just now finishing. Roach production has begun. We have 5 queens here at the third. And we'll see if Classic can find a way in. Trying to shade past. Gets hold the queen. A queen to survive. Clutch transfuse. Lings, they collapse on the army. Nice position here with the oracles. Yeah, queen goes down. Oracles defend. This is a decent setup here, but where are the kills? He needs drones. Shades at the main. Lings once again in position. Lings, they should evaporate. Yeah, Lings are going down. Roaches, that's, I mean, there are so many of them. They've been massing up. Nice target firing here by Classic. Does focus down 8 more drones. And can he get more? Making his way towards the third. Ooh, does wall off with the Evo chamber. Just barely. Yeah, shading back into the main. And he's done it. Yeah, Classic, he has done it. He has pulled Solar apart. Solar, he did have the wherewithal to get into Roach production. He had Roaches, but not in time. Or not in position, I should say. 21 drone kills. And that is critical damage. With that, Classic takes the lead. Classic, he's now has a third base. Does take a worker lead. Solar's all in. Solar, he's completely all in. And Classic, can he survive this Earther Queens? The creep is so insane from earlier. Just from one all in to the other. Queens are pushing forward, Roaches have arrived, and can Classic make a stand? Yeah, there's no saving the third. The third is going to go down. Same time, Classic shading into the main. Nice positioning. Does get more drone kills. That's gonna be what, 5, 6 more drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. 7 more drones. And Solar, he's backing up. Solar, he's droning. You can see here the production tab, he's trying to drone up, he's trying to macro out of this. There's forced to be 5 oracles here for Classic. That's insane. He wants the Ravagers. Gets 1, gets 2. Takes down the active tumors. And again, Solar's droning. He's trying to saturate, trying to get back into this game. Classic, he does sit by. The lack of Verba, the lack of immortal production is concerning here. Like, it's going to be a very heavy Roach army. Classic relying on gateway units instead. Let up, say sit by. Classic does now expand. With 5 oracles, he can go for the Spore, and he will. And the Spore is going to go down. Takes out the Spore, denies any kind of mining here at the 3rd. Clips are ready. Depths aren't ready. From here, he shades past. Lings are keeping up. Clips is zoned away. Now, I'm not entirely convinced here by the army that Classic's working on, just because he's working on Mass Blink Stalker +1 and Storm, no Immortals. I'm not convinced by the backwind of his army against Mass Ling Roach Ravager. We'll see. See if you can pull this off. That's a lot of queens. Queens are pushing forward. Solo moving in. He's stopped workers. He's stopped production. Making purely roaches. He's no longer droning. And he's also staying on 3 bases. No 4th. No 4th. So here comes the 3rd all-in from Solar. Here's let's go. 53 drones. Mass Ling Roach Ravager. It's got a couple of queens. Storms do connect. But remember, this is a beefy army. It's very robust. He can tank some storms. Storms have been solid. But the army is still very robust. Oh god, again, the storms. Storms are good. Oof. The Biles also connect. Storms are good, but we need more. Classic needs more of those storms. It's just such a sturdy army. Now the storm connects. Slowly just whittling away at the Roach Ravager. Oracles, they hit the 3rd. Once again, they shut down the Spore. Storm pops off. Queens, they race back home. Nice distraction. Catching a queen. That means no more transfuse. And again, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. Classic, he has a better economy. He's soon going to have the better upgrades. He's going to have +2 against 0-0 from Solar. And I think he's done it at this point. Classic, he has survived. He has weathered the storm. Goes back in, takes down the Ravagers. Queen's trying to keep up. They just now head over. And yeah, the army just crumbles. The Mass Stalker does overwhelm. Again, +2 about to kick in. And Sully has nothing left. GG gets called, and Classic, he will overwhelm. He'll break the army. He'll break the all-in, and Classic will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Classic, he was able to overwhelm. Some cheeky all-ins here from Solar in all 3 games. Classic, he did misread game 2, if you recall, where Classic, he saw... Oh. where if you recall, Classic, he did scout the tech, he saw the infestation bit, but it was a fake pit, it was cancelled afterwards, and Solar just committed into a Ling Hydra all-in, which did catch Classic off guard. He was surrounded, he was trying to take up a Sky Toss at the time, so it was a little bit too greedy. Here in game number 3, we saw an earlier all-in, we saw an earlier Ling Hydra all-in, which did kill the third, but fortunately for Classic, he was already going into Glaive Adepts. Like, he already had Glaive Adepts on the way. That was a way to recover, to bounce back in the game. Solar did scout the Glaives, true, he saw it ahead of time, he had roached ahead of time, but he was out of position. Like, he had the tools to defend, but Solar, he was out of position, he was torn apart. He lost, what was it, 21 drones? Like, 21 plus workers across the map went down to the Glaive Adepts, so Solar, he failed to keep up with the Adepts, and then Classic bounced back in the game. GG, well played. He did pull his way back into that game. With that, it does claim it, and that leads us into the grand finals here, leads us into our best of 5 between Classic and Clem. Let's go. Getting ready for our best of 5. For the final series of the broadcast. Let's go. Silicon Journal Classic can't build a third Nexus soon. Solar, he because of all the economic damage he was sustaining from the Adepts and then from the Oracle harass as well, like, he chose not to get a 4th base. He might have been able to get a 4th base and decide to drone from there. It would have been really awkward though, because he was falling further behind. Like, again, he had no EVA chambers, he had no upgrades. Like, he was being outscaled just because he was just non-stop all in that game. So it was a rougher position there, but regardless, GG, well played. With that, we're heading over here to the grand finals. Vita's underway, and soon we can jump into Clem and Classic. Soon jump in. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have the final series of the broadcast. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the WardiTV Monday number 41. Welcome to our best of 5. Again, it's been an intense and long tournament already, but now we're here to determine and to crown our champion. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have our French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem, the reigning world champion. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the current GSL reigning champion. For Team Virtus Pro, it is Classic. Here we go. We have the best of the best facing off against each other here, ready for you. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. We've been featuring a lot of Astrea as of late. A lot of Astrea against Terran over the past couple of days. But Classic is a very different kind of player. Similar in some aspects, but very different nonetheless. If you recall, I was talking about some of Classic's tendencies in PvZ and PvT, how he is willing to embrace Sky Toss as quickly as possible once he sees an opening. We saw that against we saw that against Solar. Did get him killed on Persephone. I wasn't quite able to get there in game 1 either, but he's similar here against Terran as well. But it's a little bit different compared to Astrea, where Classic is a little more active. He's a little more active, he's a little more aggressive, and if at any moment there's like a bit of a lull in the fighting and the Terran player backs off and Classic's able to establish a 4th base, then bam, Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Skytoss, into Tempest production is what Classic will attempt to get into, but only if he can get into that kind of game state. For now though, before I get ahead of myself, before we talk about the late game, we have to talk about the early game. Double gas opener out of Clem going for a faster factory, delayed CC, a much more aggressive start, which makes plenty of sense as welcome one and all to ByuN. ByuN is one of the smallest maps in the map pool, short rush distance by ground, one of the more aggressive maps, I should say. I should also clarify, not one of the smaller maps, it is actually a wider map. It's a little bit wider, there's a little more area towards the left and right hand side, but the rush distance is short and the bases are a little more accessible here, which is why we see a lot of all-ins, especially from the side of Terran on ByuN. So we'll see how aggressive Clem plans on being. With his double gas opener from here, he does go for interesting Reaper into Tech Lab on the factory, going to his Cyclone. This time he does skip it. There's no Hellion, there's no Widowmine, so earlier Cyclone. Cyclone should be able to defend the natural. Starport is on the way. And from here we can go into a Cyclone drop, we can go into double Cyclone, we can go into early tank. We'll see where Clem takes us. I see that it does go down. Clem, he gains map control, he's moving out. Behind this Stargate, ooh, a bold move. Stargate opener out of Classic. Okay. Bold move here from our Protoss. I would say this is risky to try to pull off on some of these smaller maps, especially on ByuN, but we'll see if we can get away with it. Likewise, diving on the Stalker. Stalker should go down. Ooh, yeah, nice snipe on the Stalker. The Sentry's going to go down as well. These are brutal losses here. Gets a Sentry out of the Stalker. Yeah, the probes, they do lock down the Cyclone. Reaper, though, does break through and can get a full scout. Should get a full scout. I guess another probe. A little bit greedy. Gets 2 more workers. KDA charge pops off. Gets a 3rd probe. Doesn't go further into the main. And Clem, he does not go for the scout. He chooses not to. Gets 3 probes, which is good damage, but he is not aware of the Stargate. Now, what's scary here, it is going to be a Phoenix base opener. Clem is not aware of what's happening, and he does go for the add-on swap into our out of Cyclones into Banshee play, which is going to be shut down by the Phoenixes. If he was aware of what was going on, we'd see Vikings. We'd see more Cyclones, we'd have a more defensive setup here, we'd have less tanks, but alas, Clem is just not aware of what's happening. Here we go. He's not aware. How'd the last game go? It was intense. It was intense, map. Yeah, it was very intense, very chaotic. As Clemmy pulls back, or even doubling down, going into blink, going into cloak. Cloak is on the way. Clem is pushing. Now, if he was harassing with the Banshees, I would favor Classic, but because he's going for one big push on 2 bases with Mass Tank Banshee, this can kill. Like, Clem, he can kill Classic here and now. Phoenixes, they're not at home to defend, they're fanning out, and there's nothing here. There's 1 shield battery, there's 2 Zealots, 1 Stalker. Here comes a Warp in. Tanks, they're sieging up a little bit prematurely. Boys are here. I should say, Clem's just being very careful here with how he pushes. Phoenix is now revealed for the first time. Yeah, revealed. Gateway goes down, shield battery as well. Here comes the bunker, and here come the tanks. They're slowly pushing forward. Again, so unsteady here for Clem. Pushes into the bases. Let's push in. And again, there's just no way for Class to engage. And this is why Stargate openers are rare nowadays in the current meta. You can see here, what can he do? He can lift up a tank for a couple of seconds. Like all-ins, they shut this down so hard. And this is almost a build order win. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a bold move here by Classic to go for a Stargate opener. Not just a Stargate opener on Pylon. Again, we spoke about it at the start of the game, but all-ins are common on this map. They're very common on Pylon. So to go for a Stargate opener is crazy. Bearing in mind, Clem had no idea what was happening. He had no idea that it was a Stargate, that there were Phoenixes. So, again, by happen chance, was just kind of all-inning into that. And you saw that when you open up Stargate, when you open up Phoenix like that, you don't really have much to defend. You're going to be lacking gateway units, you're going to be lacking blink, lacking charge, lacking your robo, lacking your mortals, all in favor of Phoenixes, and they don't help. They don't help in that defense. You can lift up one unit at a time, and sure, you can lift up the tanks, but that's what the Marines are for. They're there to focus on the Phoenix and to just keep the all-in going. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem does take a lead, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. We go from one of the more aggressive maps into one of the more defensive maps. Up next, Tokamak. Oh boy. Tokamak, of course, is known for longer and later games. I mean, hey, we just had a 40-minute game between Astrea and Clem on Tokamak. True, true. Did happen. Did happen. And we'll see if we can get there again. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean. We have the French. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. Settling into our game. So far, once again, double gas. Oh, okay. I'll be honest, a little bit surprised. So welcome one all to Tokamak. Tokamak, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable bases as well, despite that double gas by Clem. Now, this doesn't mean that this has to be a 2-base all-in, but it does mean that a very tech-heavy start is upon us here, and it can lead into an all-in. Last game, of course, it led into Cyclone Opener, into Add-on Swap, into Banshee Tank, into a 2-base all-in. We'll see if he does something similar here. Can once again go into early Banshee production, can go into early Cyclones, early tanks, can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, into Hellion drop. He's got options. Here comes the factory. Classic is now aware. He's for the opener. Classic pulls away. And we'll see what Clem does piece together. Eyes are on Clem. Classic. I would say that this is a better map for Skytoss, or sorry, I should say a better map for a Stargate opener, but I don't like the idea of seeing a Stargate 2 games in a row. Like, that's a little bit less so, as now Clem is going to be a little more aware, a little more prepared for that kind of play. Highland gets thrown down. And he's doing it again, never mind. Stargate opener, 2 games in a row. Let's go, let's go. We spoke about Reactor Reaper Hellion, that's what it is. So Reactor Reaper Hellion here out of Clem does go for the starport back at home, not going for a proxy starport. From here, the goal is to get into mineral lines, to wreak havoc, and to kill workers. Not just that, but also to scout his opponent. Checking the vision, classic, he did not see the tech cloud, so he did not see the reactor, didn't see the add-on. Add-on has not been scouted. Here comes the Reaper Hellion. Again, this is built to dive into mineral lines to kill probes. Classic does have some nice density. Let's go. He's walled up here at the natural. Now with a KDA charge, you can still knock these units out of position and rush past. Does he go for it? He does. Does bully his way in, takes down the adepts. He just walks in. He just rushes past, gets into the mineral line, boys are being pulled. Yeah, so far 3 probe kills, the Phoenix is revealed. And now he knows. And now Clem is aware, goes further in. There's going to be a Twilight Council follow-up, not a Robo. So most likely Phoenix into charge. And Clem does get 5 probe kills. 5 workers go down. Back at home, massing up Marines. Working towards Cyclones. Oh, cheeky move with the Widow Mines. Let's go. Does waddle in. The goal here to catch out a Phoenix. Oh, speaking of. Oh, shot goes off. 2 shots go off. And won't kill a Phoenix, but they are so softened up. So nice moves here by Clem. Even saves one of the Widow Mines. Meanwhile, we did mention once we saw the Twilight Council, we assumed it was going to be charged. Clem can make that assumption as well. The reason for this, you would not see Phoenix into Blink because they both play the same role. The role is to harass, is to shut down drop play. So typically you're going to charge instead. Of course, Clem is aware. Behind this, working towards Storm, working towards Temple Archives. And Clem rushing into Stim. Stim is on the way. Meanwhile, Classic does stop at 2 Phoenixes. Doesn't make any more. Phoenix breaks in. Does spot the Bio, does spot the Stim. Is where the upgrades. And we're slowing the game down. We're just slowing things down here. Classic just establishing his 3rd base. Clem also throws down a 3rd CC. So building up into the mid game. No all-ins, not this time. Not on Tokamak. Again, as we mentioned, like this map is more known for longer games. And we'll see if Classic can slow the game down. See if you can. Classic rotating over. My big concern here, no scouting. There's no vision, there's no robo, there's no observer, so Classic, he doesn't see the movement here of Clem at all. Just out of spot. He responds. Does rotate over. He has 4 High Templar, 4 Storms. Wouldn't mind Zubaro. Trying to force friendly fire. Nice. Oh my god, the Storms are brutal. Storms do connect, and Clem has to get the hell out of here. Does have to get the hell out of here, has to pull away. But then you see Classic trying to bait out those mine shots. Trying to force friendly fire. Storms do connect. Classic is holding and surviving. Same time goes for the Zealot run by. Clem also does race back home. And the game continues. Oh, okay, the game does continue. Classic did survive, did hold. And does catch the Zealots. The Zealots are caught out. Ghosts are on the way for EMPs. Storms once again coming in. Takes down the expansion. Oh. And denies the fourth. Nice pickup. Denies the fourth base. Stims in. Oh, takes the source to the face. Does pick up in time. Does pick up. Oof. Mine just going off. Oh, as we actually had to cancel there. Yeah, misplaced Nexus here from Classic. Ay, ay, ay. And because of all the aggression, because Classic's fourth base is so late, Clem takes a lead. A supply lead, I mean. Ideally, the Protoss player wants to be upper base, and right now we're even on bases, so Classic is falling behind economically. The pressure's on, does move in. Storm doesn't quite connect. As Classic moves out, Clem moves in. Drop into the main base, going for the Forge. +1 does complete, Forge gets sniped, does force a recall. He does pull out. Does pull the hell out. Drops over towards the fourth base, once again hoping to force a cancel. This base has been denied, I want to say 3 times at this point. And Classic just being pulled apart here. He's trying to keep up. Archon goes down. Takes down the Archon. Tries to avoid the storms at the same time. Oh, did you see Classic? He's holding. He's holding towards the left-hand side, but not here, not on the right. GG gets called, Classic is overwhelmed, and Clem, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, the Stargate opener of Classic was lackluster. It did delay charge, it delayed his Twilight Council, delayed his tech. From there, we saw that Classic, he was able to maintain his third base, but his fourth was so delayed. And again, it was cancelled, I want to say 3 times. Once accidentally, of course, because of the misplaced Nexus, but was denied time and time and time again. Likewise, vision was very limited for Classic because he delayed his robo, so there was no observer, there was limited scouting there, and GG. GG well played. Clem, who was just able to maintain map control, bully back Classic, deny the bases, and take that supply lead. And over well. GG. GG well played. Whew, Clem does take a lead here, and we'll see if he can close it out, as he's 1 game away from becoming our champion. One more game is all he needs. And, oh, this I was not expecting. It is best of 5, so less vetoes, but up next, Torches. Torches is going to be our next map. Going to be loading into one of the other smaller maps of the map pool. Oh boy, short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air. It's vetoed for a reason. Let's go. Jumping into Torches. Oh boy. Clem well played. Yeah. After that Astrea series, Clem's like never again. Okay, it's like I'm not gonna let you get a 4th base. No shot. Not after Astrea. That makes sense. Understandable. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Torches, we have the French Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from claiming the series and becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. It is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Protoss Pro down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is a Classic. I just realized something. It didn't quite click earlier. No hero this week. I just kind of, was on autopilot. Seeing like our regular competitors here, like Clem, MaxPax, Solar, Classic, ByuN. But yeah, there's no hero this week. We had Astrea instead. Astrea is a rare sight for these weeklies, just because it's a really, really rough time in the Americas, time zone wise or time slot wise. But yeah, no hero this week. Instead, Max Angel. which, I mean, did make for some entertaining games, for sure. Okay, instead we have Classic rise into the challenge instead, as the player to challenge Clem in the finals. And I'm hoping we don't see a Stargate, I'll be honest. We have seen a Stargate opener game 1 and game 2. And you know what? Like, game 1, to try to pull a fast one over on your opponents, to be a little bit cheeky. It was on Pylon. I wasn't too fond of it there, but sure, whatever, right? It's like, okay, you know, cheeky move, game 1, Stargate, it's fine, catch a run off guard, or at least try to. Then he went for it in game 2. He didn't commit too hard. Remember, he only made 2 Phoenixes, so it was a light commitment into Phoenixes, into Stargate, then into Ground Toss. But again, it did mean that all the tech was delayed, and he had a bit of a rougher mid-game, or early to mid-game. Here, no shall we go for it 3 games in a row, especially not on torches. Like, that sounds crazy. It is an economic opener. Okay, ranks expand, delayed factory, delayed second gas geyser here out of Clem. Interesting build. Very interesting. So a lot more economic here out of Clem. A lot more economic. Is going for the reactor on the ranks. Does go for reactor to marine production into a faster starport. No tech lab, no widow mines. So no mine drop. And meanwhile, there it is at Twilight Council for the first time this series. Not a Stargate. Thank God. Thank God, Pappy. Yeah. Oh my. Clem, calm down. Jesus. Feels marine, man. He was targeted by his own. At least he didn't die, thankfully. Jesus. Hey, Clem, he don't play with his boys, man. As does catch a Stalker. Very nice start here for Clem. That should not have happened, by the way. Classic, he was distracted. Distracted by the Reaper, sorry, by the Hellion. So it was distracted. That was a better trade for Clem, losing a Hellion for a Stalker. Meanwhile, Clem, did he scout the main? He did. He scouted the main base. He's fully aware of Blink. So Blink based opener out of Classic into a third 2-gate Blink. 1 gate. Yo, this is so greedy. Before the second gate we even finishes here, he just rushes into a third Nexus. So very greedy build here by Classic. Insane greed. And we'll see if we can get away with it. Drop into the main. Does unload. Headed for the mineral line, and the mine shot is going to go up. Oh, the retargeting. Gets one. Gets one probe. Pulls away. No blink. No blink yet. Clem does retreat. Behind this, going into Banshee play. Tank production as well. Just building up a very early, very heavy tank and Banshee count. Rotates over. Clem, he will soon get eyes on the third, and then it's going to be on Clem to punish a third base. Yeah, he knows. He pokes in, he sees the progression, he knows. And he should soon push. And this should be a ByuN move out. When I say ByuN move out, this means a move out without stim. Without stim, just pure vanilla marine with like 2-3 tanks. He's gearing up. Classic is being active. He needs to be. Just got the move out to slow it down. Clem going into what? Runes Matrix. Okay, does push. I think this is just a fake out. I believe. And here it comes. Yeah, here he comes. He does pull the boys. Boys are being pulled. Head back to take a volley. The boys are kind of being pulled. What's going on? The boys are being left behind. What about the boys? As they're left idle, and again, okay, does cancel the upgrade. Moving in between the bases. I'm sure Clem's thinking, he's like, I feel like the boys should be here by now. I mean, they should be here to repair. Yeah, they were left behind. There we go. Now they're being pulled. They should have been here. Tank is exposed. The tank should survive. Yeah, it does survive. And despite the blundered assault here from Clem, he is gaining ground. Decent force fields. Banshees, they move in. The boys are here to repair. They hit a repair, here to buffer. Yeah, tank gets helped up. And Clem may have just done it here. He's getting himself the pylon. Getting himself the robo. Depowers everything. No shield battery, no robo. And Clemmy's going for the kill. And again, this is designed to punish this third. Like, this was just such a fast third base for Classic. It was so greedy. And the greed does not pay off. Dives on the tanks. Gets one. There's still three left. He doesn't even get it. Okay, here we go. One tank goes down, just the one. Other two do survive. Robo goes down. That's going to be a kill. And Classic is down to a handful of gateway units. He's down to 4 Stalkers, 1 Zealot against 3 Banshees. We have a 4th Banshee on the way. Bunkers, they finish. And Clemmy's going for the kill. We had a very intense back and forth semifinals on both sides of the brackets. Not this time. Not in the finals, I should say. Here, Clem looking more dominant. He's well rested. He dealt with Astrea. He's like, thank God. Army blinks in into tank fire. And Clem will clean this up. Cleans up the Zealots, cleans up the Stalkers. From here, he can rotate over towards the third. And he should overwhelm. One of the Banshees will get very low. Is targeted. And Clem, he might not have enough here. It's going to be close. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Marines, they get stuck with move command. That's straight, he's holding. Straight, he does hold. Okay. He holds on. Clem does overextend, but oh, never mind, he has the bunkers. I forgot about this. Does have his bunkers. Classic going for the counterattack. Clem, bit of a miss rally. Has to pull back. There we go. Does realize. Banshee does hit the mineral line. Tank is still in position. Clem is holding. Clem, he does hold back at home. Classic racing back to try to surround this position. There's a recall. Does transfer probes. Stalkers, they try to push in. They do get on top of the tank. And they should break this. And they should clean this up. Bunkers are going down. Classic one, this is mining, at least trying to. And on the one hand, Classic does survive and he will clean this up. On the other hand, Clem still has better mining. He has a 3rd TC on the way. He has mules. And a higher worker count. Likewise has a faster 3rd base as well. And Clem is still in a better position. Doesn't kill, but does maim. Does maim Classic. How do you recover in this game? Gold. We're rushing into the gold. Does make sense. Is there a way for Classic to recover? From here, he does get 8 probe kills. Here comes the main push. We have 4 tanks. We have 4 tanks, a massive amount of bio. Stim is done, so the same with combat shields. And sure, Classic is going for the gold, but it's not going to come into play. No shot. As Clem doesn't even have to siege the tanks. He just stims in. GG gets called, and Clem, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Astrea? You mean Classic? No, I was referring to Astrea. He was playing earlier. But GG, well played. With that, Clem, he does claim the series 3-0. Does take the series, does become our champion. Congratulations. Shout out to Classic for making it here to the finals, for making a series, or for looking to make a series out of this, for having some more unique openers. Very different style compared to Astrea, who we featured earlier in the semis. And again, the semis were far closer here. Again, Clem versus Astrea, solo versus Classic, they were bangers. The finals a little bit more one-sided, but again, it was after Clem had survived and had experienced Astrea, where he was like, you know what? Never again. I mean, you know, I would just be more aggressive, more assertive, and end the game before we even think about a 4th base. And he pulled it off. Did pull it off. GG, well played. With that, Clem does acclaim the series, and with that is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Clem. A shout out to our top players, of course, to Classic, to Solar, and to Astrea as well. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. And again, if you enjoyed this event, if you enjoyed this broadcast, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week there is a WardiTV Monday. There are some exceptions to that. Sometimes, you know, Wardy is traveling, or there's qualifiers ongoing at the time. But for the most part, this is a weekly event. So again, we'll be back next week with some more WardiTV Monday. Meanwhile, I do apologize for slowing my words every now and then and for being a little bit low energy. I'm still very fatigued after the weekend. Again, we had 2 days straight. Saturday was a 12-hour cast, and Sunday was an 11-hour cast. So we had just a very, very intense weekend, and I'm still recovering. Still have a little sleep to catch up on. But we're gonna be live once again in around 8 hours. In around 8 hours time with our next cast. Bam! With our next broadcast. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with our Monday evening broadcast of the WardiTV event. Meanwhile, at 9 a.m. KST, at 10 a.m. AEST, that is going to be in 8 hours time, we're going to be live with some show matches. We have some show matches to catch up on. Quickly checking, I believe those are going to be the Kanoya show matches. Let me just double check. We might be featuring some others as well. So this morning is going to be the Kanoya show matches. Basically, we have some show matches that were featured that took place, featuring players like ByuN, Creator, Special as well, Juanito, Percival. So we just have some show matches to catch up on that were never casted in English. They were only casted in French. So we have the luxury of featuring those show matches. Again, that's going to be in 8 hours. Likewise, in the evening at 7 p.m. KST, that's going to be at 8 p.m. AEST. We're going to be live with the StarCraft Evolution League, with StarCraft Evolution League number 14. That was this weekend's SEL. Again, that was actually clashing with the EWC Global Qualifiers, so we're going to be catching up on that. Meanwhile, we have the Pegasus Cup on Wednesday. We have the DreamHack Dallas replay cast on Thursday and Friday. We have the Cast on Thursday. We have a Home Story Cup over the weekend. Bam, you can see there, Home Story Cup is on the horizon, so we're going to be catching up. Also, I should say, we're going to be covering that. So we're going to be the B stream for Home Story Cup, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. So again, non-stop StarCraft as always here on the channel. We might have some afternoons off, so Wednesday afternoon and Friday afternoon, to catch up on scheduling VODs and editing VODs and all that good stuff. But otherwise, non-stop StarCraft, at least 1 cast a day, or typically 2 casts a day, every single day. GG. GG, well played. And again, we'll see you guys once again in 8 hours time, or tomorrow evening for some StarCraft Evolution. We'll see you then. We'll see you then. Oh, I'm gonna go pass the hell out. very, very tired, Pappy. Very tired. Gonna go pass out. But thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who's live? Who's live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Let's see. Who is live? Alaser's playing AoE4. We have Roddy. True, Roddy. He is casting the Monday Night Weekly tonight. True, true. So we can give some love to Roddy. Who else is live? I don't notice anyone else. Don't notice. So yeah, same. So give some love to Rotterdam. Again, the Monday Night Weekly is the European-centric tournament. So if you want some more MaxPax, if you want some more Clem, if you want to feature, if you want to tune into players like Solar, potentially Hero later on tonight as well. A lot of the Koreans also stay up for the Monday Night Weekly. So bam, more StarCraft is coming up at you. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, or great start to your week as well. Take care. See you next time. Ciao. See you next time.